ladies, gentlemen, why hello there. Maybe this time I will have my microphone not muted. Yes, nice. Anyway, I've been dreading this. It will all come to a close this time around. Or at least a lot of threads are gonna get tied up. Here, we're gonna play the story, mainline story. Just got released a while ago. Already saw spoilers, low-key spoilers on titles of videos when I was just looking at music. So I dreaded this because all the loose ends coming to an end, coming to a close. What are we gonna do after that? Everything will be different. Hope Farina is gonna be fine. Wait, where is it? Where is it? I don't know how game is played. It's been a while. Oh yeah, I would tell you about my streamer luck, but it's a lot less fun when I don't have a video for it. You know, my audio was not working when I was trying to take a video summoning. I was getting lucky, let's put it that way. Won the 50-50, and then lost the 50-50. Well, 50-50 for Farina, obviously. Then lost the 50-50 for Baiju. And then 10 rolls later we summoned Baiju. Oh yeah. Sometimes lucky cat. Anyway, I do like the part where we are like just chilling in this fortress, in this prison. You know what I mean? And we probably have to summon that healer lady sometime too when she's out. Just a side note. This is the life. Exactly, Paimon. You've taken the words out of my mouth. Wowee. And after this, everything will be different. Oh no.
Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed
Anyway, let's see.
Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures.
Yes, we get out of here. What about child? What about child? And what about everything? What about everything? Wowee, all the spoilers. Which aren't actually spoilers, but like there was this teasing. All these teasers. Mihoyo, please, he hyped this up too much. What is going on? Nice BGM, by the way. Whoosh. Whoosh. We got him.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to
Good.
Let's hurry up
And find Childy. I mean, child. How about you pronounce that? Why is he called anyway?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Mysterious.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Not gonna talk about all the teasers, though. Also the fact that there's a new boss fight. Wowee, that's another thing. There's so much stuff going on that we can expect to happen in the story. Eesh, I just wonder how it all connects. Let's find out. Together with a cat. I mean, a vTuber person with cat ears that may or may not be fake. Who knows? It's a secret, a mystery. I don't even know myself. Oh, it's Risley. I learned he's pronounced Risley.
Yeah,
which is
earthquake just
almost like Wesley. And a lot different from what it's actually spelled like, which, anyway.
That.
That's just how some birds work.
From the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from
That's okay.
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette.
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
With all these characters I summoned, I actually want to summon Risley more than Neuvillette next time they're available. I don't know.
Huh, you've got a point.
Seems fun to play. And then there was the event that's currently ongoing, by the way, where you can trial play Neuvillette as well as Risley. And yeah, I rather like the Risley playstyle with Farina on the team.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
Nice freezes.
I
Nice
believe
damage.
today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Makes me almost not roll for Ayaka whenever she's around. Although I don't really wanted to roll for her. I'm thinking like I guess I might as well. At some point. Like, she's a good cryo DPS.
Wait, seriously?
But then there's Risley, so that guy's so handsome and also kind of badass.
Aha.
Wait, what are we talking about? What's going on here? Hello?
Your release papers?
Hello?
Yeah?
Yes, we get out of here.
You two.
Yes, it's the healer we're gonna summon whenever she's out. Maybe, although I don't really want more healers. I just, with Farina coming out and on my team and all, she's really good with those team-wide healers, which just 3 of them. The snake guy, Jean, and then the new cryo, Charlotte, yes. And I decided I'll just build all of them, so at this point I feel like I have too many healers.
That's right.
What is going on? I'm so out of resources as well.
Paimon says that.
Almost make you want to get the battle pass,
You were
but
confined here.
at the same time, in a week or two, I'll just have way too many resources anyway, so
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place.
I already have teams that work anyway. So, this cat only wants for you to have the best habit. Like, if you feel like you're overspending on a video game, you might as well not. And think about the big picture and the long term.
Well, then be sure
Yes.
to come back and visit.
Maybe do some push-ups.
You.
Just cause. It's something to do as well. I haven't done any today, though. You should do that sometime.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Oh, how nice of him.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
That's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
Yeah.
Do our best to stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
Since our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished, that's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked
Yeah,
us
but
to
what
visit,
about Child?
we should probably go report to him now. You're going to see Monsieur Nervlev.
Are we gonna chase him now?
Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will...
What are we doing here anyway, besides look for Child?
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days.
Wait, why are we not on the chase? Hello? Whoa, what? A familiar threat. Okay. A familiar threat. Oh, that shouldn't take us too long. It's just one cutscene probably. No loss to have a little bit of side content. Invade into our mainline story progression. Why hello there. I've been busy enjoying those side quests overall without streaming and stuff. But yeah, I guess you get to see on a special occasion a cat on a side quest, on a video on YouTube.
Monsieur Nervalet, are you sure you'd like to take over the case yourself?
That's right.
That's right.
No, but why? Technically speaking, cases like this are better left to the guards. Nervalet, Sadine, hey there! What are you two talking about?
What's going on?
Traveler in Paimon, please help me talk our Chief Justice out of this. He wants to investigate a case on his own.
Alright, I mean,
This is completely
fill me in.
unprecedented. How can we have the Udex acting like a private detective? Hmm?
I can introduce you to some amazing detectives.
I trust that you'd be able to work that out with how well connected you are, but I must apologize.
So, what is it exactly?
A Melusine named Kiara received a threat.
And the...
That is all the information I have acquired.
Huh? I have no idea why you're so hung up over this.
Same.
I've checked the schedule in advance, and it seems like there aren't any trials today. So, if you insist, I have no objection.
Thank you for understanding. I will leave a note explaining my absence on my desk. She may have no interest in official affairs, but standard procedure dictates that I'm still responsible for reporting to her.
Yes, understood.
Fair
I'll
enough.
later and deliver the note to her.
Gotta keep the procedures intact. She
Judging
is,
from Sadine's
after
reaction,
all,
it must be pretty rare for you to investigate stuff personally.
everyone's
What's so
favorite
special about this case?
Hydro Archon. At least out of the ones we've met, so, I haven't really met a whole lot of Hydro Archon so far.
I cannot tell you just yet, but it reminded me of certain past events. There could be complicated conflicts of interest behind all this. So I must
Conflicts of
eliminate all
interest?
in
Care
advance.
to explain?
Come on, stop being so secret.
It is not my intention to keep you in the dark, but I need some time to revisit those memories. Long story short, a little more than 400 years
400 years ago!
Fontaine, there were few people I could trust, but I had two subordinates who were
Man, that's
exceptionally
dark.
trustworthy and capable. Carol, a Melusine, and Vautrin, leader of the Special Security and...
They must have been amazing people.
Indeed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to protect them.
Aww.
The reforms damaged the interests of some, and the more conservative faction took advantage of Carol's identity to instigate political unrest. Ultimately, they wanted me to yield more of my power. The incident resulted in Carol taking her own life, and Vautrin being
What?
exiled. From then on, I've been especially careful when dealing with cases related
Melusines can do that? What?
All Melusines used to live a secluded life away from I granted their wishes when some of them, including Carol, many common folk believe that I share a special bond with the Melusines, and whatever they do can be traced back to me. Some of them,
But it's been 400 years ago!
grudge against me, exploit
What?
that belief, and stir up conflict
What?
with the Melusines in an attempt to lay the blame on me.
Does society have such a long memory in this game? How does that work?
I have nothing against the opinions of others, but the moment a whirlpool of conspiracy forms, it inevitably affects the innocent.
Maybe he should have not said it was 400 years ago. And this would check out a lot easier, but it's okay. I just wanna, you know, rub it in your face that this guy is like a dragon. Meow.
It has already happened once.
Anyway.
And
Even so, why do you have to be the one? There's the guards, the Marisha...
based on prior experience, there is a high chance that those who hold hostility towards me do not. The political system of Fontaine is relatively complex. However, since I am technically an outsider in Fontaine, a lot of trouble could...
Outside?
Could be avoided. A lot of trouble could be avoided.
Why would you be an outsider?
I understand where you are coming from, but there is not necessarily a connection between my responsibilities and how I perceive myself. You know very well about my true identity, and have even met others of my kind in other nations. Even though I was born
Yes,
with a human
the
form,
dragon
there is a fundamental
something
difference
sovereign.
between dragons and humans.
What's his full title thing?
Taking
I
on the role
forgot.
of Chief
I can't even
Justice does
read.
not make me a part of
Well, I
this
just
community.
responded. It is what it
Status I
is.
was granted has prevented me from forming deeper bonds with others. I have lived in Fontaine for a long time, but I do not belong here. That is why I call myself an outsider. A fish out of water.
Same.
Yeah, we have nothing to do with all those organizations anyway. So let's team up and round up...
That does not sound like a...
Alright, looks like the stage is set
Right away.
for the side quest with New Village. Which
Let us
is
We should visit...
a tale for another time.
So Neuvillette feels like he doesn't truly belong here in Fontaine, but is that really true? Paimon feels like he has a kinda skewed perspective.
It may just be down to how he put it. It's hard to communicate these things. I'm not sure how he feels about it actually.
You called yourself a fish out of water, right? But since
I'm
you're a
one.
dragon, would a dragon out of water suit you better?
Paimon.
Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider
Nubilette
using a more
even.
accurate term in private occasions.
They're both stalling.
Please allow me to rephrase.
Are you stalling?
Dragon out of water.
Ugh. That sounds kind of weird. Let's stick with the previous version instead.
Alrighty, this is quite endearing, but anyway, we're doing the thing. Wait, we still have to do this. Come on, can you stop being busy, nervy lads? What are you doing? Well, this would be good enough. Oh, another side quest. I'll somehow mark this. Yeah, this is, I can remember what I meant with that for sure. Let's go. This better be good enough. Oh, we could have just teleported. True. True. Anyway, this better be good enough to proceed with the main quest. Whoa.
The weather's amazing today.
We got people looking at us. What's going on?
Monsieur Neuvillette! And oh, I remember! You're the Traveler and Paimon! Aww, she's adorable!
Correct.
Hey there, it's nice to meet you.
Hello.
Thanks for the compliment. Is there anything I can do for you?
I heard from Sidine that you received a threatening letter.
A threatening letter? Oh, right! I remember now.
Oh, right. How could I have forgotten? What? How can they forget so quick?
The letter fell through the
Amazing.
crack in my door as I was heading out this morning. It said something about catching me, so I thought someone wanted to play hide and seek.
Oh, yeah, hide and seek. Exactly.
But Sidine told me it was a threatening letter, and that I could be in danger.
Ooh.
But that's not gonna happen with everyone looking after me, right?
Have you run into any suspicious-looking people recently?
Suspicious-looking people? What counts as suspicious?
Someone who follows you from behind. Or someone who always strikes up a conversation with you.
Ah!
Go with the letter.
Did you think of something? Nope. I don't remember meeting anyone like that.
Alrighty.
Do you still have the letter with you? I want you to show me what it says.
Oh, let's see. Found it.
Now then,
Man, is this some kind of prank?
lost. If you don't leave the Maréchaussée Phantom, I will come and catch you in person. Don't say I didn't warn you. A simple threat. Neither the handwriting nor the content itself reveals anything about the writer's intentions.
True. Are they concealing their identity on purpose?
We can't rule out that possibility. Since you can't think of anyone suspicious, I will be heading back to the Palais Mammonia to review some official documents.
Well, have fun, Nubilette, and then you can help us with
You
the
should come with us.
Furina mainline story. Alrighty.
Sure.
Alrighty, Nubilette, you better take care of that first.
I promised Ayla.
But you are being watched right now. Going off on your own could be dangerous.
And that's where we come in to help.
Yeah, we're totally help out by taking care of Furina's thing. Yes.
Big sis Paimon.
You are welcome. I feel so sorry for them now. Hello?
All right, let us go. Our
Anyway,
separate
I
ways.
think they'll be fine.
We'll take you to a last place right away.
Yes. Yeah, they'll be fine at the left place. Yes.
Let me think. 1, 2, 10? I can't remember. But I I remember coming to the court of Fontaine with Carol and Neuvillette.
What with Carol?
Long time
Like
ago.
400 years ago. We talked about this.
Did Neuvillette mention her just now?
Yes.
That was more than 400 years.
Dude, Paimon. Taking the words out of my mouth again.
My memory isn't that good.
Hello?
But Carol told me I could address others based on how I feel about them. Paimon feels a lot more grown up than me, so you're a big sis. Huh. Paimon sees. Hey, Traveler, did you hear that?
Oh man, it's the guy with the camera. Oh man. It is quite intriguing in its own right.
Strange. Paimon felt like someone. Hey, Love!
Kiara, you're here. Huh? Wait, aren't these two?
Yes, we're busy. Take care of this midget for us.
They're the
Thank
Traveler
you.
and Big-
I thought so. What brings you here? All right.
May I begin inspecting this?
Of course.
Yes, now she's in good hands. Yes. Hopefully. Possibly. What are we doing
No
here?
hazards detected. That was quick. I took a look around the shop. Neuvillette says that us Melazines have special eyes that can see things people can't.
Nice.
Things like bloodstains. No matter how hard you try to clean them up, we Melazines can see their residual stains for some time. Pretty cool, huh?
Nice, I guess.
All right. Now that you're done hear me out. I'm planning to release an outfit for children next month and wanted to hire you as my model.
Of course! Is there anything I need to do?
Please wait a moment while I take your measurements.
Seems like they get along really well. Huh? What are you looking at? Is there
We got someone over there.
Shh.
Okay. This is where we go. No, we can't. We still can't. Whoa, Charlotte. Charlotte, are you
Strange. Why isn't he back yet?
are you the suspect? The suspected suspect? Oh no.
Charlotte, what are you doing here? Oh, wait, don't tell Paimon you're the one who sent Kiara that threatening letter.
Oh no.
What threat letter? This
I
is
guess
starting
not.
to feel like an interrogation. Okay, I'll be straight with you. I don't know the slightest thing about that threat letter you mentioned. I only
Oh,
wanted to
Neuvillette.
find Neuvillette. You want to
Ah.
interview him? That's right. I'm not the only, but it's not an easy task. So
True.
imagine how
He's a
surprised I
busy
was seeing
man.
him out on the streets today.
Busy dragon.
Seemed like you were investigating something too. Of course, I'll make sure to turn in my manuscript to him for review. I have my principles, and I'd never publish an article without the consent of all parties involved.
It's better if we kept the secret. Wait, why? I don't think he'd agree, maybe?
Yeah, we're doing a secret investigation that can't be made public. I see. In exchange, could you tell me what the threat letter is about? I swear I won't tell.
She wants first dibs on the story when it comes out.
All right then.
That's okay. She doesn't really. We can trust her to not publish this early. Alright?
Melazine?
Yes,
That's
yes.
It just so happens that I didn't.
This is like about Charlotte all of a sudden. Yes.
Well received by our readers.
Yes, I like this somehow more than this being about Neuvillette.
I'll ask my colleagues about it. Who knows?
What can I
We might
say?
find something. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This
She is
secret's
quite precious.
but I got
I'm always looking for a
Even
scoop.
if I keep my lips sealed,
I respect
others
that.
will know eventually. Why? People care a great deal about Monsieur Neuvillette's each and every move. Some may have already realized that something was up. Besides, the case involves Melazines, so... Anyway, I'll get going now. Watch yourselves.
Yes. Stay safe.
Nice chat.
Okay.
What do you think? The design looks pretty good, huh?
I think it's great.
Huh.
Clorinde, what are you doing here?
Chlorinde.
Seems that you just showed up out of nowhere.
Because he did.
As I passed by the Palais Mermonia, I heard that Neuvillette was investigating a case with you. Technically speaking, he and I are under an employer-employee relationship. I happen to have some time at the moment.
Ah, Neuvillette sure is lucky to...
Leave this to me.
Okay then.
Okay. Our Kiara is in good hands. For real this time. Yes. And with this, there's a good chance that Neuvillette is gonna be free to do the Farina thing. Let me talk him out of this location he's at. Yes.
Oh, you're back. Is everything all right?
We ran into Cloran.
That is good to hear.
We thought so too.
I've been looking over the case records. I've come up with 2 plans. On the other, I could also analyze the conflicting interests of the...
They both sound like pretty solid plans.
Plans.
Don't worry. I'm a fast reader when...
We'll help you read through them. We have nothing else to do.
Thank you. I will continue looking through the ones piled up on the desk.
Okay. Oh man, don't tell me I have to deduct the truth. Like in a trial like we did before. This stuff keeps coming up. But Risley. He seems like a nice guy. Nothing to worry about there, probably. Although you can never know. I mean, I guess he's more than just a nice guy.
Have you made
He's
any
been
progress?
helping us out big time.
We skipped through some of them.
In a way or another.
There's so
We
many
get through some
flying around.
adversarial
I
relationship.
would love to answer that. If memory serves me right, there...
Whoa.
That might be how it seems from another's perspective, but there are many documents here.
You read Paimon's mind.
All right. Let us take a break then.
Alrighty. That's pretty chill. Hello? Paimon!
Even though resting is a part of taking a break, shouldn't we at least talk about something? All this silence is making Paimon feel really awkward.
Paimon!
Please pardon my lack of consideration. People rarely come to the Palais Mermonia for matters outside of... Would you like to have some drinks, perhaps?
Ooh, drinks!
Paimon!
Paimon wonders what Neuvillette likes to drink. Oh, maybe he's a fan of really fancy wines.
How about Fonta?
He seems like the type of person who'd own an entire...
How about that Fonta? Wait, he actually brought wine glasses?
It looks just like water.
Without wine?
An astute observation. It is indeed water.
Alright. Not Fonta.
So it's just plain old...
Hey, water's great too.
What did you think it...
Since you're the Chief Justice and all, Paimon thought you'd prefer something more... sophisticated.
Yeah, like tea.
This water is indeed very special. It would not be an overstatement to call it... I believe you've already tried Fonta. In fact, there are many other drink factories in Fontaine. Said water is sourced from all across Tevat, including Mondstadt's side beer is one of their latest products. Water from Sumeru's...
Is there any difference?
If I were to comment on their mouthfeel... the waters of Cider Lake warm the heart.
Okay.
Distinct differences exist between the waters of each area. You will appreciate their intricacies once you taste them carefully.
Really?
Whoa, so you're saying if we make tea, we should also get the right water for it? Oh man.
What do you think?
Nope. Paimon couldn't taste any difference at all.
Oh,
How regrettable. It seems like you still have a long way to go in refining your taste.
Hey, this doesn't have to do with refining our taste. Paimon's pretty sure most ordinary people can't tell the difference. How did you do it anyway? Oh, could it be because you're the Hydro Dragon? We are allowed to bring that up, right? Since no one else is around? Oh, Paimon's been wanting to ask this for ages. If you're the Hydro Dragon...
that is a question.
You don't have
There's nothing to hide. I was simply organizing my thoughts. I accepted this position because I wanted to seek out answers to questions that have perplexed me.
questions. Are there really things you can't figure out?
Many, in fact. But the one question that puzzles me the most concerns my own existence.
Yeah, I mean, why are there elemental dragons in the first place? That's a good question, isn't it?
In essence, I neither know why I was born in this form, nor do I understand where my long life should take me. I lost many memories from the moment I was born. The primordial sea, for example. I can only vaguely recall its connection to me, but I am unaware of what that connection is exactly.
Is there anyone who can answer those questions?
Perhaps the elemental dragons of other nations may have some form of an answer. However, they are scattered across all of Tevat.
True. Some of them have very unique personalities, too.
There was Storm Terror. There was Apep. And then there was Inazuma, which had no dragon, I think. And what about Leeway? Like the Geo dudes, the Geo weekly boss. That is they a dragon? Are they a dragon? I don't think so. Fascinating.
I have been holding on to these unanswered questions
Wonder where they're at.
for a long time. But there is one thing I've discovered along the way. My emotions easily resonate with those of others. Even I don't have the slightest idea what they mean.
Oh, he's got high empathy. Interesting.
My guess would be that there are at least some similarities between humans and myself. By observing their behavior, perhaps I could one day understand the meaning of my existence.
Have you made any progress then?
Perhaps, but I find such progress difficult to describe. As an outsider, chances to engage in meaningful interactions with others are few and far between. That's why I'm quite thankful for this chat.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing with empathy.
Opportunities are rare. Alas,
Feeling does not imply understanding.
our investigation.
Are we gonna continue reading these documents?
In fact, you probably want to avoid the kind of conceit that runs from empathy towards thinking you understand just because you have the empathy. Anyway. And also, in turn, some have said that the high art of empathy may indeed be empathizing with those who least understand. In that case, it may actually hold some merit. In particular,
I wasn't able to find any leads even after browsing through most of the documents. But while we were on the topic of water a moment ago, another idea came to me.
Water? Do you mean...
the Fountain of Lucine.
That's right. The Fountain of Lucine is where all of Fontaine's waters converge. It is the vessel of countless memories and emotions. If there really were an organization attempting to use Melusines against me, they should also hold an intense resentment towards
This is quite interesting.
Perhaps we'll be able to find some new leads by sensing the hydro
Why didn't Paimon think of that?
Perhaps we should go.
Although I do want to get around to doing the Archon quest already. Now, as luck has it, we are in the next quest sequence. Already got some rewards for quests, so... Also, this guy disappeared, clearly. At least he's not occupied anymore in that location. However, he's still occupied. He's still occupied. Wait, areas occupied. Areas occupied. What does areas occupied mean? Quest location. Ever searching memories. But we don't do that right now. Oh wait, we do actually. Yes, we do. Okay. So it's the location.
Monsieur Neuvillette?
I probably shouldn't disturb them.
Who? Who's that?
Looks like we got lucky today. There's hardly anyone around.
What should we do next? Oh, Traveler, can you still hear the voices from the fountain?
Should I drink more primordial seawater?
Perhaps leave the investigation to me.
Yes.
I need you to take
No,
a
but
few
Protect
steps back and
getting-
keep a safe distance.
Getting weird telepathy
A safe
and or
distance.
high.
Neuvillette, what?
Whoa.
Oh, it's glowing!
Whoa, that's a nice superpower. Hey guys. Okay. Did we just release the location? I hope we released the location. Whoa, is it a cutscene? No. Maybe. Where's the outline on character? There it is. It's not in the reflection. Interesting. Everything looks a little different. I'm getting the sense if I teleport out of here... We can't actually teleport out of here. Also, frame rate's a little messed up. That's unusual. Carol! That was Caroline. Maybe I just misremembered. Yeah.
Monsieur Neuvillette, the court of Fontaine is truly incredible.
I understand your excitement, but there's no need to thank. Although I have responded to your wishes, it was not without personal interest. Melusine's special sight make them especially suited for joining the Maréchaussée Phantom. I'm certain you'll become an indispensable part of Fontaine's detect.
I know, but I'm really glad to be of help. Not only can I repay you for your kindness, but also, it feels like my life has become a lot more meaningful.
But a meaningful
Nice.
also comes with its risks.
True.
Definitely the safest to just stay in the village. But I want to see the outside world nonetheless. In truth, I've never really understood the purpose of my existence. Or what I'm capable for almost 20 years. We've stayed in our village without finding any answers.
I understand your confusion. In fact, I feel the same way. I too came here for an answer to my questions about my own existence.
Really?
Whoa.
Could you tell us what we should do to fit in as you did? The truth is, many people threw rocks at us today and told us to go back to our village. It hurt a lot when they hit me in the head. And I tried really hard not to.
What? What's going on?
Logically speaking,
Why would they do
both time
that?
and effort are essential when different species attempt to peacefully coexist. It will be a difficult road ahead. Different identities and ways of
understand.
thinking all contribute to strengthening the barrier between one another. There aren't many suggestions I can share, because just like you, I haven't fully integrated.
Those scenes so adorable. Why you throw rocks at them? They don't even have land to grab. They just got some silly village in a rather peculiar location.
Oh, I see. Let's all do our best then. I'm confident that we'll find the meaning of our existence one day.
I believe in you, but you shouldn't lose sight of the difficulties ahead. If you run into any trouble, I suggest that you inform Vautrin, the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Huh? Is he the person I met in the Palais Marmonia earlier?
Yes? Do you have any concerns?
That stone-faced human. He didn't even bother to look at me when I tried talking to him. It felt like he wasn't interested in anything but work.
He is an earnest man. There will be plenty of opportunities to work together in the future, so please try to get along.
Okay. Frame rate doing better. Let's continue this trip down memory lane.
Can I help with anything?
Thanks, but no need.
Oh. Hello, I'm Carol, a Melazine. Is there anything you need help with?
Get away from here! I'm calling the guards.
Whoa.
I don't mean to cause any harm.
Hard to say.
Yeah, we should probably stay away from these monsters. Haven't you realized? Strange incidents have been increasing ever since they came.
Whoa.
Why should we trust this species from who knows where?
Can you specify strange incidents? What's going on?
Fontaine, just like
Exactly. That so-called Chief Justice even granted them official positions. Not only that, but they're now responsible for investigating cases as well. I swear, there's some hidden agenda at play.
Go away! Quit acting innocent!
I'm not leaving. I won't let you say bad stuff about him.
What kind of incidents are they talking about?
Show say Phantom and solved lots and lots of
This
cases.
is 400 years in the past. What was going on in Fontaine 400 years ago?
Solving cases? With
What
Nervulet
is going on?
You could have fabricated it all. And
Yeah,
no
but
one
what?
would know.
Fabricated what? Oh my god!
How can you
What's going on?
You Melazines aren't
You
involved
don't
in
get to
any
talk about
murders.
generalities when making concrete accusations.
Didn't I tell you before?
Oh
Don't
no.
go advertising if you're not a good talker.
Vautrin?
Aside from spreading unjustified rumors, if you continue insulting members of the
See, this guy knows what's good.
The Special Security and Surveillance Patrol has every right to subject you to interrogation. There have indeed been an increase in cases recently, perhaps due to the shifting currents of conspiracy. And I understand.
What conspiracy? That's
However,
it's
no evidence
fascinating.
pointing towards Melazines being involved.
Even the captain of the security patrol is on their side. Nervulet's newly reformed police force is already corrupt to the core.
how can two completely different species possibly coexist?
Whoa. Just what kind of scheme are these guys or girls in this case entangled with to hold those... What is it called? Those extreme views. Wowee.
Yeah. I don't understand. Why won't anyone believe us?
I mean, we would have to know a bit more about what kind of things are being produced by who, and why, and how, for the answer to that one.
Saying that you were born from calamity.
What conspiracy? What are the conspiring forces trying to produce or not produce? Come on.
There are countless negative rumors about you floating around in Fontaine. It's near impossible for you to become a part of this society.
Man, I really don't like when they throw this race card out without substantiating why it's a question in the first place. It's not like you had racism before organized systems of mass production, so come on, put some meat on that bone. It's an interesting question. I mean, it's not wrong to also put the subjective experience up there for how people experience the thing, yes, but it's also kind of, a little tricky to just remove the whole explanatory layer because you don't go to the mass production side of the story. Yes, you can make a good effort. See, this is the issue though. You don't use individualistic solutions to a collective problem that takes place, for example, on the layer of mass production. So yeah, she's setting herself up for failure there. It's sort of unfortunate.
I still want to try a
Somebody
little
should
harder.
disabuse her of this idea.
For bailing me out earlier.
Unfortunate.
I won't be taking any more of your time. I painted a lot of flyers last night.
By the way, the reverse also problematic. You should probably not look to collective solutions if you have an individual problem that is actually yours to solve, so yes.
Give them to me.
You're not gonna take them away, right?
We'll hand them out together. The faster we get this done, the sooner we can...
Anyway. We get that very milquetoast tragic tale here. Alright. Alright. I mean... That's okay too. It's also telegraphed. Come on.
Medals of Peace, awarded to you and Vautrin. Thank
Giving
you
her
for your
false hope.
continued dedication in the past 5 years. You've taken one small step forward in helping Melusines gain the trust of humans.
I think I'll pass.
Hey, don't say that. We wouldn't have made it this far without you.
True.
Before Melusines begin living peacefully with the humans. Just the thought of it makes me happy.
But why?
Don't keep your hopes up.
I wonder about her like fundamental motivational structure. Although
that dream of yours comes true.
in a way, it's really just what it says on the tin, right? It's really just very basic stuff, is what it's supposed to be. But then in the other parts, they make the Melusines out to be so different. It's like, okay, but hello. I mean, you know, you don't have to be hyper consistent, but still. Why would you put the most milquetoast plotline and emotional, like, challenge sort of thing in this context? Come on.
You blockhead!
Anyway.
Don't ruin the mood.
Vautrin brings up a good point. The trust humans have placed in you is still very fragile. Any small incident could undermine the hard work you've put in.
And so what of it?
Please be on your guard for the next few days.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
That's the attitude she should be picking up. You do the good works and the good deeds, and so what of it if people don't appreciate it? Sometimes that's just how the world works, and it's not your failing. Anyhow.
Medal of Peace? Peace isn't going to give us back what's rightfully ours.
True.
Are you sure we should do this? We're no match for Neuvillette, even with all our powers combined.
Probably.
Nah, not gonna happen. As long as he remains in his position, there's no chance he'd take us out personally.
Little did they know.
There are rules even
Maybe.
he must comply with in the political sphere. Unless he wants to become an enemy of Fontaine.
I mean, little did they know.
So quit worrying and just go ahead with it. I've already planned out the murder. Once we lay the blame on the Melusines as the person who brought them to the court of Fontaine, Neuvillette will be left with no excuse.
The thing is, you know, all the rumors, all the bad things people are saying about the Melusines and Neuvillette, they could all be true, and they could get away with it.
I guess
Probably.
you're right.
Right? So,
If he just left things the way they were, it never would have come to this. But he's
So
forced.
this makes me wonder, what kind of problem do they have and they're trying to solve with this? But I guess we never go there, because this is just trying to tell a story about something else. Teach him a lesson. Yeah, okay. Those buffoons don't even know what's in store for them.
Melusines can't be trusted. That goes for Neuvillette too.
Oh no. They're so mean.
Peaceful coexistence? What a joke. Get out of the court of Fontaine and don't ever come back.
Oh Oh man, oh boy. And see, like these kind of low-grade conspiracies, they're so fragile. They really are.
The results of the
Like
investigation.
it seems also petty, and some like if the organized police has any sort of capacity, you know, they could take care of that, right? I mean,
There is no direct evidence, but reasonable inference indicates
to be
that
fair,
one's control of the
they
situation
hold themselves to the highest standards, so that's interesting.
have been undermined by
Right, with the Hydro Archon and all being all about the, or at least the I mean, they got the courtroom and whatever. I wonder how it was 400 years ago, which is where this is supposed to play.
They tricked Miss Carroll into going to the crime scene and pressed charges against her.
Who's they? We will never find out. Oh
In
no.
order to make Monsieur Neuvillette confess to his mistakes and yield up power. The guards were stopped by the enraged mob and couldn't intervene in time.
Why is the mob enrageable? See, another question you will never find the answer to.
Pacify the situation.
And she called me a block. A little investigation would have cleared things up. Why didn't she wait until we'd established the truth? She didn't have to prove her innocence like...
Whoa, okay, so she did that, I see.
The situation had rapidly escalated to a physical altercation between infuriated citizens and the guards.
How does that even work? Where is the justice in this?
Captain Vautrin, should I present these results?
Won't there be a trial? Won't she be before the Grand Court or whatever?
There's no need. Notify the guards to
restrict access to...
There's something I've never told Carol. I had a little sister named Ilaria who passed away when I was very young.
Oof.
She's just like Carol in every possible way. Innocent, kind, always believing the best of people. People like her are the most vulnerable to deception and betrayal.
I mean, I guess there's a teachable moment there. Alrighty. Take notes here, silly people.
From the moment I met Carol, I knew that she'd be easily manipulated by others. I kept a cold demeanor and tried lecturing her into giving up.
Yeah, maybe not the right course of action.
Looks like she was unfazed by that.
Yes. In fact, some of her spirit must have rubbed off on me instead. Because I too began working towards that pie-in-the-sky dream
She
of
just needed a friend. What have you been doing all the time, Vautrin? Vautrin?
I should have known. Those cowards don't have the guts to confront Neuvillette. They even avoided causing trouble for me. They were after Carol all along.
Oh man, reminds me like how they messed with this streamer. You know, the Twitter mob, some of those, like, yeah, there's some people on Twitter. They don't look to have an actual confrontation. They just go after people who don't stand their ground. And there's been a streamer who did quit streaming because, you know, they were getting involved in some of the, you know, unsavory folk on Twitter who have zero backbone, zero capacity to do anything if you stand your ground. But then there's the people, you know, who are too much people pleaser, and then they're like, well, they get bullied on Twitter. It's like, okay, the point is, the Twitter bullies, they go away when you're like, screw you, who are you? And so they go away. And even if they don't go away, you can make like the point out of calling them out every single day on Twitter. Like, you can do that. It's your freedom. It's your Twitter, you're free, sorta. And it's called Twitter, yes, yes.
Can you understand how I feel?
Anyway,
right now, there's
again,
only one thought on my mind. Only through
if you stand on principle on Twitter, people don't mess with you. Period. Because this is the thing is, there's easy targets and there's people who stand on principle, right? And so they just keep looking for an easy target. Those folk on Twitter, which I'm not even sure they're like real people on some level. Right, so, I really wonder.
I understand, but I'm certain Monsieur Neuvillette wouldn't accept that as a solution.
How that, like, vocal minority that's looking for random fights with people pleasers. Like, how they constitute themselves. Seems like a rowdy gang that's acting on behalf of some forces they don't understand.
That's exactly why we need to keep this a secret. Give me the list of suspects. What happens after this has nothing to do with any of you.
Anyway.
I will take responsibility for everything.
What do they say? The truth shall set us free. In fact, I have this principle. If you cross me, I'll always give you a second chance. As long as you write an essay about your truth, you know.
They're hearing a major case today.
Just write an essay. It's not hard.
Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. Apparently,
You have to contextualize it, of course, in the context as to what your problem is. Now, this eliminates like 99% of the Twitter trolls, right? So it's good to have standards, basically.
I'm thinking.
Even if they're very low, like,
to bail him out
you know, it's not a high bar to write an essay about why you disagree with somebody on the internet. It's not a high bar. Just do it, or like, I mean, don't. And anyway,
bail him out.
What's going on here?
Haven't you realized? Both Vautrin and Carol are Nervilet's most trusted subordinates. After everything that happened to Carol, Nervilet's guaranteed to do everything he can to keep Vautrin.
What actually happened to Carol?
Besides, now that the old regime,
Like, we kind of know, but we kind of don't.
status is secure as can be. As long as we redirect public opinion, Nervilet will be able to give Vautrin a reprieve. The benefits are endless.
Vautrin sought vengeance for his friend for a valid cause. This represents the justice he upholds. Please think about it. If the same thing had happened to you, wouldn't you feel the same way he did? Yeah, that's right.
What's with this crowd?
The whole thing started because of those despicable cowards who levied false accusations against Carol. How could Vautrin be declared guilty for seeking revenge?
I mean, revenge is not okay one way or another, though, right? Outside of symbolic. Symbolic is fine. I mean, that's what the trial in this game is for in the first place.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Or in any context, almost.
Mr. Vautrin
We put revenge into the realm of the symbolic. Not the actual.
Order! I acknowledge your arguments. Vautrin.
What did he do? This is all so MacGuffin-esque.
I understand your decision. Which is why I cannot. Personal justice does not equate to justice as defined by the law. To execute your plan for revenge, you abused your authority and conducted informal executions.
Like, why would he do that? Come on.
Therefore, you will be declared.
I mean, to be fair,
guilty.
Given the context, maybe it's fair for him to stand on principle, knowing all too well that this is his sentence from the get-go.
Monsieur Nervilet, please give this a little more thought. He has done so much for Fontaine.
Vautrin, my friend.
Neuvillette, what have I done to deserve this? I've closely followed every one of your orders. Can't you see? Everyone in this room believes that I'm innocent. Is this what justice means to you?
Order. Since there have been no further objections, the Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against...
Whoa.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Guilty. Guilty. Okay, I mean,
Goodbye,
you know,
Monsieur Neuvillette.
again, it's a little, you know, rushed, so...
Because of Carol's naive ideas.
How can different species peacefully coexist?
No, it didn't. Dude, you knew you were gonna get sentenced. Fool. Of course you knew. Sheesh. He knew all along. If this was logical at all, he would be standing with the verdict.
What's wrong?
You know, it goes against him.
Apologies, it
Oh,
seems
man.
my memories got the better of me. I tried my best
Anyway.
to suppress the power of Hydro within myself, but it's due to my negligence.
By the way, what's his sentence? We don't know. Is he like spending 45 days in the prison place? Or I don't know. Come on. We don't even know what happened to them. Hello?
It is as you said.
Slap on the fingers or whatever it's just saying. Is maybe good enough. Come on.
It is not only the fountain. I can sense emotions from all waters in Fontaine. But I rarely ever do anything like this. Emotions carried by water are always chaotic and disconnected. As an outsider, which ones?
Yes, he saw everything.
I prefer not to speak of those memories. That does not mean I am deliberately hiding them. It was a coincidence, but perhaps it is a good thing that you saw everything in that form. You should now understand why I believe there to be a conspiracy behind all this.
400 years later.
Cases are much too similar.
400 years later. Just how stable is this society despite all the scheming? Hello? I just can't let go of that. Hello? Like, you don't have to add 400 years of time gap. You don't have to do that. You don't. You don't.
While I was investigating the
But maybe you do, because how did the Melusines get to this society?
I did not sense too much hatred towards me. I don't know what caused
It must have been a while ago, because they are very well integrated now. So, I don't know. Although maybe they could have just, like, not been so well connected.
You've read about it.
In the present.
In that case, the resentment should have come from that.
I mean,
what are you doing here?
I mean, I don't mind a little crutch storytelling, but Navia! I wish Geo Element was more exciting, but you know, she's still a nice character.
I've heard some things, but
Voiced by Yui from K-On! In the Japanese dub.
Don't worry.
Oh yeah. Japanese Yui from K-On! In the Japanese voiced version of this one.
Rumors are abroad that someone's
I kind of want to listen to that now, but
investigating the case. So I told the Spina di Rosula to keep an eye out for leads.
Woof timu! Yeah.
Thank you. Where did you hear about it?
Where's the time? Come on.
To Kiara, but didn't ask.
It's time to fur.
Indeed.
Which means fluffy.
That this could be kept
yes, yes.
You know, it could be because... Anyway.
The suspects who threatened Kiara...
There's a suspected suspect. Suspected sus.
We are planning to return to the...
Alright, then all round wait.
Man, this is getting sus.
Ta-ta.
Neverlet, do you think there'll be any problems?
I have already considered that possibility. What is more important is how the case is perceived by the public. 400 years ago, they chose to side with the old regime. I hope the same won't happen again. Let us...
Okay. Why should I care what you hope for? I care about the backstory of this land.
Strange. What are these people doing out on
That could actually inform us as to whether or not this would repeat itself or no.
Did something happen?
Also, what's going on? Yes, Paimon, what is happening? Hello? Is this location still occupied?
Someone's plotting against a Melusine. This is 100% the truth. Even the Chief Justice is investigating in
What? That's it! Who's been threatening Melusines?
Whoa, everyone's nice now.
Our enemies are lurking in the shadows and won't easily reveal themselves.
Everyone's nice to the Melusines now.
I wanted to say. The guards have already begun to think about how much we owe them.
Everyone, please stay alert.
I mean, that's another little teaching moment there. The Melusines have been hard at work, making themselves indispensable in the community.
It feels like you've been following me this whole time. Did something happen?
We were informed that.
That's a good thing.
We just finished our shifts.
Have you had dinner yet?
Working hand in hand with the people.
Together.
This isn't a good time to be.
Come on, don't act.
All right.
You shouldn't ever skip meals.
That's right, get that solidarity going.
I heard even Nervilette's keeping an eye on the situation. This is the perfect chance to get promoted. We gotta make sure we give it all we've got.
Seriously? Were you planning to shirk your duties if Nervilette...
Relax, I was just...
That's more like it.
Come and fight me and...
Have you heard? Even the special patrol came down.
Everyone's fired up.
Looks like there's nothing to worry about.
This is truly wonderful.
So...
No, I should stay where I am. My appearance. Let us stick to our plan and return to the palace.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it's not a bad story, but it's not the Archon quest. All I'm saying.
Can't touch me.
Just because I wanna use all my keys for character quests. Look around. There.
The smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the guards and the Maréchaussée. The list of involved suspects.
What does it say?
The principal offender, those with close connect among them.
More suspects.
Yes.
Lots of suspects.
Seems like he's
Yeah, she'll sus.
Monsieur Neverlet, someone claiming to be from the Spina de Rasula just checked.
Oh, these are our buddies.
Quote. Huh?
And the Spina di whatever.
I'm perplexed.
Navia, yes, yes. Not sus. Not sus, probably. Meet up with Navia, sure. Wait. Is the location released now? This better be released now. Nope. It is not yet released. Man, we've been doing dailies here. Brewing coffee. For the people.
Hey Navia, we're here!
Yes, Paimon, we're here. Hello.
Whoa. Check out all these people!
These are the people who have had recent dealings at the Maréchaussée.
Invite them.
Exactly. Now, I heard there's great coffee here.
Yeah, it's our pleasure.
I've wanted to have a meetup like this for...
But... Oh well. Let's get back to business.
Yes.
Who?
Your Essa?
Yes, miss.
Did you write that threatening letter?
I did, but I was just following orders.
Oh no.
Orders from whom?
Was it the mob?
Domenico. He was my boss. I couldn't disobey his
Or
orders.
just the employer of his? Why would he do that though?
Nico. Where is he now?
The fortress of Meropide.
Well, I'm afraid even this looks like you'll have to make the trip yourselves.
Wait, he's in prison? What? Well, that escalated quickly. Or is he like does he have a job there? What's going on?
The one setting up the conspiracy. It'd be best.
All right then. Let's head to the.
Okay, nice. So. New current quest, suspend current quest. Probably good. Current quest has remained of past day. Unfinished comedy. Which one am I supposed to pick? Maybe the current quest may cause parts of following quest to become occupied. I want to suspend current quest, one way or another.
Surely I should.
Yes, amazing. With that said, now we can do the world quest. I mean the Archon quest. Yes, suspend more quests. Always suspend. That's a nice feature. Let's go. Now, anyway, that was a nice little detour. I enjoyed it. Did a couple of things for fleshing out the characters too, and the setting. Like, it embodies more like how the world actually runs, even with the time gap. It's, you know, I can forgive that. Whatever.
Halt! Huh? Oh,
Halt.
apologies.
Yes, it's
Monsieur
us.
Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Yes, also, you know what? I should probably check how far we're into the recording. Yes, 1 hour. 11. Just so, you know, maybe gonna put some timestamps, so... You know what I mean. For people who only want to see the Archon quest. Although I would recommend to also check out the Neuvillette character quest stuff we just did.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Man, that's a nice camera pan. Man, that's a nice camera pan. It even transitions to Neuvillette's office.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
On that note, I'll, in fact, take a quick break myself, which I can, of course, edit out. Aha. Okay, we back. What's good? What are we doing? What is going on? Just a moment, there are urgent matters.
In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his...
All right. Deja vu here.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we
Let's fill him in on what's good. Yes, we were on a mission, and there's all this hype around this. Sheesh, they sure derailed this. Silly devs, let's go.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Good question.
From your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Oh, right. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Oh no. Oh no, no more swimming for the people. Unless they want to dissolve if it continues like this. Is that what he's trying to say? Spina di Rosula's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you.
It's like a plan.
Please be careful.
Yes, Paimon. I wonder how fast they actually wrap this up. I think it's only one act or whatever they're called. Maybe two. I really don't see how they fit all this information into just one quest. All the stuff that's been teased. Teleport. My most powerful skill.
Oh no! What happened here?
Oh no, it looks like before. But where are the people?
Navia should be around here, right?
Yes. Maybe they're just playing a trick on us. Just a little prank. You never know.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
Oh man, the spirit of Halloween.
Look, there's someone.
He's all over this one.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Well, how'd you get up there?
All right, just hurry.
I'm not young anymore. My Desiree.
Oof.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
At least it didn't dissolve.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you...
At least it didn't dissolve. But what happened here? This is a dire situation. And all you got is a cat? All you got is a cat to help out? Ooh. Let's see what we can do. We may have some experience solving all kinds of problems. Yes, Navia can fill us in.
Are you okay?
You better be happy we are here, because we can help out. That is what we are here for. That was a situation, yes. Situation.
As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance.
Ooh.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but...
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the
Oh
meantime.
man, Yui from K-On! Taking charge of the situation. At least in the Japanese dub. At least in the Japanese dub.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
Where were we? Yeah, dude, tell us about the situation.
Right.
Yes.
Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere.
Why'd she start speaking more quietly?
The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater.
Okay, this is better.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
Wowee.
They were
Wowee.
dissolved. Those who realized what was happening
That's pretty
started
bad.
to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
What is this wording? What is this wording?
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue
Oh,
operations
man.
as quickly as possible, but there have been
This is what they call a euphemism.
casualties.
Ooh.
Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water
Nice.
that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone, no one knows if this could happen again. all we can do for now.
How awful.
Yes, yes.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
But it's just a bad prophecy, isn't it? It's just all gonna get connected to the prophecy, isn't it?
Is there any way we can help now?
Oh no. You can put us to work, yes.
Thank you for being so...
Yes, yes, yes.
Sad, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Whoa.
I'll be right there.
Where are her right-hand people? What happened with them?
I need to go for now.
Oof. Will they be back if we solve the problems of this place? Oh my lord. This is pretty dark, that's for sure.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally... Of course, we should remain ready for anything. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for...
Huh? Right now.
Thank you.
I understand. Okay. Okay. More locations are being occupied. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Ask around. I'm getting a sense that this is gonna be, we ask 2 people and then we're done with that. Pretty sure. This can't be that important to that quest, this location. Might they be at that grave though? For that quest, though? That's Linny's quest, isn't it?
Excuse me, good sir.
Hey there, Linny.
Gemma, you mean...
Hey there, Linny. What is this music? What are we doing here?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need...
Hey there, Linny.
Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been...
I did not expect Linny here.
She said she knows he's gone and can't hear her.
Yeah.
Doing this ever since Caesar passed away?
Ooh.
Oh.
Wait, who's doing what?
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters, if I'm honest. I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma.
Who's Gemma? Who are these people? We got a situation on our hands.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of...
Time is wasting. But yes, you got your own problems here. I hope you will be fine, good sirs and madams.
They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
Oh no, not the Phantom Weasel.
You're kidding.
You're got to be kidding. Isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore.
I don't know.
Lots of news flying around.
I don't know.
What if?
Just hypothetically, hear me out here, the Weasel Thief.
Seriously.
They've got the Weasel Thief.
Went down, I said to myself...
Oh man.
Wait, did I say that?
I gotta wait to sell you on that Weasel Thief. Back when times were simpler.
Sorry for disturbing
We only had the Weasel Thief to worry about.
interested in this topic as well.
Yeah, man, we're looking for that Weasel Thief.
He was a great magician.
Great magician.
Right up
I
close.
love it.
I saw him perform too. He
Powerful Weasel Thief.
sometimes he even
Not a cat, but a weasel.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he
rumors.
the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case,
Whoa.
now that the weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot
He
topic.
doesn't discriminate.
I bet Gemma must be pleased. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's
So that's Gemma.
So that's Gemma. So that's the thrill of adventure.
Does it look like something's wrong? Wait. It looks like...
She's injured? Oh no. Oh no. Oh man, she's roping us into this location even more. Thought we would get a break here.
Who's asking?
I'm just a cat, hello?
You mean no...
Not a weasel.
Thanks for your concern.
My name is Linny, and...
My name's Paimon.
The weasel posted a warning letter this morning. You knew Caesar more than anyone else.
How much brightens my day? Paimon's Paimon.
I I never believed that he was the weasel.
Huh. I suspected.
Not the weasel.
Okay.
No.
Got it.
If you don't
Got
have
it?
more questions.
Got him! He's nuts! Got him.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning. In any case, I doubt we'll...
Okay. See. 4 books to get XP. Wowee. Now, more importantly, this location is still occupied, even though we can't progress this until we mess with the clock. Wowee. Wowee. Oh, I did 2. Now we gotta wait like 6 seconds or whatever. Okay. After the thing is done. We made it 7:54 instead of 8. We gotta do it at 8 in the morning on the next day. Yes. There. Got him.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people
Oh,
here visiting
I
graves.
think we're back on track. Yes. Yes. Serious business. People dissolved.
So exhausted that they've no strength.
Her right-hand men are gone. Probably. Sheesh. What a situation. There's no need to push yourself so hard.
Navia, what's wrong? Sorry. I just...
She's gonna tell us that her dudes are gone.
Malus and Silver.
Oh no.
They won't ever come back here.
Oh no. I knew it. This is actually kind of sad.
Huh? What happened to
Dude, Paimon, you're so on the uptake. I knew from the get-go when we had a chat. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and they were caught in the seawater. I've known them for so long, and I know they weren't afraid. I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have...
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle?
I'm not sure why they're complicating the story even further, by the way.
Yet the cemetery is the home of those...
This is already complicated enough.
Everyone ends up here sooner or later.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus.
Hey, stop joking.
I'm quite serious. That way...
Well, that escalated quickly.
See each other whenever you...
That makes sense.
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companion.
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your request. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even... I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help
No,
you
it's
feel
okay.
better. But
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them.
Oh, is that so?
I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with...
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have...
I mean, they had their own reasons
It's a list of victims from the incident
to
that took
stay
place.
around. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to try to understand them a little more. But maybe at another time.
Obana, Khan, Burnett, so everyone else is sick?
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary. True. We will solve death by old age. Soon. Maybe. Hopefully. You better get on the case, silly Fuhrer. If you feel inspired by those words.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia.
Think about it. How many people die because of old age? Crazy, am I right?
Something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was...
I'm good with words.
Amazing, actually. I'll remember your work.
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Whoa. Whoa, it's the Fatui Harbinger.
The knave?
Whoa. I do want to pull for her when she's out.
Is everything... Yes. My people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss No...
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Nice.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. I've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
Seems about right.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization...
Oh yeah, she was trying to do that all along, according to her own word.
Do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding word.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine.
Fair point.
And it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people
About
always say
the
that
wording of heroes. Or the framing.
I've never been one for such opinions.
But better than making it into a trade-off sort of thinking situation.
So, you're one who...
Of course.
She wants
That
to
is
change
why I'm going to
fate.
Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Boof. Is it birth? Is it birth, not boof? Also, it's dead. Not dead. I think. Why I had French classes, hello? There are some things to take care of. Well, alrighty.
By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
No, I think it's boof. Oh, man. French is a fascinating language.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
What? Why would you think
It's a
that?
clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no
There's no need today.
It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede.
Both signals.
And this time, it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both...
So the time for jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from during some recent judging.
Alright, so just tell us where to go. Just tell us where to go.
That's why I wanted to take
Just
the
tell us
children.
where to
Lenny
go.
told me that, which is why I want to give you
Lenny
this task.
got us the intel. Thank you. You trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Ah, good thing we're getting along with these three.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plot. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something...
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say?
We'll go to the ruins together.
Right. The ruins are to the...
Okay, the three...
Nice. Time to explore. Time for adventure. That is not ruins. That is the city. Hello? Thought we go explore. Oh, it's on the high ground. Linny!
Over here.
Oh yeah, of course he would figure into this, because he's from the House of the Hearth. Of course, I forgot.
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely
What
to
should
open
we
up to
do?
us. Today we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned
What?
before long. Lorenzo was the next big magician and I had to pull a lot of strings.
Wait. This is not the quest. This is not the quest. We were tricked. It's time to explore. Liddy is not figuring into this. Clearly. He was just trying to squeeze in there. Alrighty, Lenny. Maybe another time. I know you just want to have a piece of the action. I know. Relatable.
And away I go!
Gotta go fast. Underwater. Man, I rather like this way of traveling.
So, are these the ruins
They seem to be pretty ancient.
Let's go in!
Just be...
Just be careful. Just be careful. Which party do we pick? My characters aren't quite leveled on this one. Yeah, it's also not really a party with a bow. I really like this party because it does everything, but I want to try my new characters. Really, I want that big heal though. Not just Cookie. Also, having Sayu is just so comfy. She does everything. Although we don't need a claymore in a dungeon. And we don't really need to roll around fast either. Okay. I mean, we could just use Kokomi as a healer. She's not that bad, even though she can't full heal, like, she can't heal all the party at once, so, what is this? Just try to put this guy in here, because he's powerful anyway. Powerful anyway. Now, Rena, where you at?
I have high hopes for this journey.
Technically would be nice to have some Electro in here too. Oh man, but then, I mean, if I had Raiden Shogun, she may be a good single Electro generator, but this girl is good too.
They did it again.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. But it's literally just for healing. He's the most built AoE healer I got, or full team healer. Wait, we can't go here. What in the world? But there's treasure there. There's treasure in my heart. You know, there's treasure everywhere. Come on. I feel it in my bones. Isn't that just Paimon influence rubbing onto me? I promise. And then where the actual treasure, I might just miss it. That doesn't look like that's treasure.
Mind the side.
Get with me.
Pew pew. I feel like Sayu would have been nice. Okay, let's go down here.
Floor here isn't safe.
What are you doing? Oh my lord. Oh my lord, I thought this would be fine. There's a treasure chest. I make it obvious, that's right.
Seems like an emergency.
That's right. Are there chests down there? I mean, probably not. I guess. Can't be asked to go down again.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
And we got Navia here.
And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they
Should go
fell
back
in.
to safety. Yup.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous to go as a seawater person. Fontaine person.
Wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Maybe there's no way back. Wait, why? What? Why we say that?
That complicates.
Oh yeah, we came from above.
In that case, do you want to wait for us?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise.
True.
Staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us.
True. Man, this is dangerous.
Oh no, it's a dead end.
Oh no.
Let's try climbing over from the side.
Alrighty. Oh. Not so obvious path has revealed itself. That is not Sayu roll. I'm used to rolling around the Sayu. But no Sayu on this team. Okay. What mechanism lies ahead of us? Oh, can you not? Can you not? Please. Okay, let's make this a bit more lively.
Yep. Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge. Run!
You just gotta go fast. Didn't Sonic teach you? Whoa. A lot more exciting than what we just did. You just gotta grab her and fling her. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, that can't be safe.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Yeah, it's slightly grayscale. True.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter.
We were headed to see how things were going.
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Whoa, the vision is warping.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those
What's going on?
I realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door.
Oh, it's just the background.
Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right.
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle.
Huh? We do?
Well, now,
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is...
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time.
Oh?
Alrighty. That was some freak flashback.
Look, it's Navia!
And her 2 attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
And it continues.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh?
Whoa.
Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind him?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've... As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates. Nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Are they gonna give her a prize? What is going on?
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Whoa.
We are one big family, all of us who are from... Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Together forever. Oof.
What? Everything...
Oh, well.
How wonderful!
Nice clown show. Let's go.
Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
This is in the primordial water. And you got to assert yourself.
This isn't right!
Yes.
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear.
So this is like the trial inside of the seawater. Alright.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of
One of us! One of us! Oh
Don't
no.
admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of... Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water, everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head...
Demoiselle.
No dissolving in the water for now.
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd, Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr.
They're all gone!
who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice.
Whoa.
Are the will of all.
Whoa, what a crooked way to go about justice. Hello?
Don't let them escape. We shall keep Navia.
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver.
First they were about unanimous consent, now it's just the majority. Like, come on. How do they demolish their standards so quickly?
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia.
But you can't speak for the collective if it's not unanimous. It's called legitimate interests.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
I mean, that's a proxy for that. Anyway.
No more.
They aren't even appealing to that, come on.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Why are they so mean-spirited? Is this gonna be part of the mainline story? What happened with these water dudes? No village.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this,
Our thanks.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us
loose?
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Aww.
Farewell.
They're so manly.
No, wait! Just a second!
No going back to that one. As
You're
tough
awake.
as it may be.
Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, you were just about to be dissolved within.
No.
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Nice. So it actually happened.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
See, they got their own reasons. Don't discount your service to them.
Please come
in whatever they've been seeking. Oh, well, anyway, that's a story for another day.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of it? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think...
I suppose so.
Siegewin sends her regards.
Ah, Siegewin.
Siegewin.
All is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Siegewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Siegewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of...
He still doesn't know what to So...
Wait, what did we just say?
You're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Nice. Now we have a trusty companion more with us. Pew pew.
Oh no, another unstable path.
Oh no. Wait, we're out of stamina? That's not good. Might as well take stock of our surroundings. And the foreboding music. Okay, can you climb up there? Hello? Nice.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here! Stop that! This way! Make yourselves at home!
Easy peasy. Just those stairs are spooky. This can't be good. Silly stairs. Oh no, out of stamina. I blame the not having the cookie on our team. I mean, not having the Sayu on our team. We do have the cookie, but not the Sayu. Wait, there's rocks? We might actually have to dash. Yes, yes. Nice, it's a chest. Free goodies.
Yeah. I see everything.
Hey guys.
Remember.
Let the world come on! Stand with me! Out of my way! Commit it to memory!
Pew pew. Can you build a team with only Archons? And would it be the strongest team? Tell me in the comments. Let's see what ideas the community can provide.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. What could it be? Oh, backstory, of course.
It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
Oh, a mysterious past. What could have
also show signs of damage.
Transpired?
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
But why?
Feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be...
He said that it should be destroyed, so he probably means that. What?
Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate for...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
That's a pretty random plot line.
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it, are they?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will
Okay.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Decide...
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just... Look, this says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
Maybe. What?
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them.
Yes, yes, we established that earlier. He's all kind of disfigured. I wonder what's up with that. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right? Wait, is it? Maybe?
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
The order is reversed here.
What sins are the people in the images confessing to? Second image is also concerning, yes.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
So you mean the tree? From the Pari place?
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
She doesn't look like a tree, though.
Previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
Probably.
Who would have created these slates and...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so...
Times are wasting. Let's head back.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Man, what did we actually do? We found the stone slates. That's a little... That's a trip. We went on a trip. And how do we get out of here? Maybe Neuvillette can help us with that one. I mean, he is a dragon after all. Oh, this is also a dungeon, so... You just have to get out of here to get out of here, of course. Because that's how it always works. Any secret chests? Probably not. Doesn't seem like an exploration-focused dungeon after all. Yeah, I think we're good here.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You
True.
still have energy for that now?
True.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
Well, I guess she could recharge with this great traveling companion group that is us, the real Paimon, and the TV.
Thanks for your hard work today.
And a Neuvillette, yes. And also her ghost buddies from the Aqualand.
Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time,
Nice to have
drop
this
by my
guy
office.
take care of this for us. See you tomorrow. Yes.
Talk to her about this directly. Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the...
All right, we'll leave it in your hands.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. All right.
I wonder what kind of information Farina can give us here. Because maybe her hands are bound. Maybe her hands are tied. Like, I watched the trailer, right? And the other trailer. Like the teaser for Farina. It's like, this is giving me some Little Mermaid vibes, so I don't know. Maybe she can't actually tell us everything.
And there's good food too.
But I don't quite know what exactly happened in the Little Mermaid story exactly, but it did have to do with having to keep secrets, so, wonder if that's a metaphor for something. And how it plays into this story. Whoa! With the chicken leg. Oh, yeah. Paimon getting a treat. Wait. Is that Mona? Is that Mona? What are you doing here, Mona? Just because you're a Hydro. Oh, that makes sense, though. She's Hydro. Hydro vision holder.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is? Huh?
Is that who I think it is?
Two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Hey, yo, Mona. Mona! Lady Magistus.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
So it wasn't in the stars that we meet here.
I think I was from Fontaine, though. Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
I mean, is she from Fontaine? I don't think
I
so.
have my own surname, which was well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology.
But is
so
she a
I
Fontainian?
changed my
I don't
name to
know.
what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or
I mean, she doesn't talk like one.
It isn't?
She talks like she's British or something, hello?
Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
This has been triple grade.
Also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars.
Triple grade.
Take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great?
Yeah. I like it, I like it. What can I say?
Right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Oh, you can change it. True.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Triple appetite, Paimon. Makes me hungry. Hello? We have to grab some chocolate at this rate. Hello? I blame Paimon for everything.
Born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by—
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
And what else would she mean? What? Did you come to Fontaine because of the Fonta? No, because of the prophecy?
That was the main reason, yes.
I wonder if she came because of the Fonta.
The Steambird invited me
Let's try that Fonta.
and speak about the circulation of the prophecies, and as the invitation was sent quite early on, I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
As an astrologist.
Go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an
An
astrologist.
astrologist.
And that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
An astrologist.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist.
Astrologist. Visionary. Oh, okay. We need a visionary then.
But on the flip side,
Alrighty.
prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
Visionaries can also create prophecies. Wowee.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy.
Are you sure?
Get me in contact with your boss. I mean your master.
I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face.
Thanks, Mona. You're—
Oh, well, this is something—
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
What does that even mean? Triple appetite Paimon trying to curry favors. Let's go.
I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Bartender. So we are here for the Fonta.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business.
No, not in for the Fonta. Come on. Okay, she's gone out of Mora.
It's rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Probably her making a ruckus. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontainian friends will thank us someday.
Sure. Nice, alright, that was a good setup. I like it. Nice setup, Day. We found the prophecy, the ancient prophecy. Now we had this little tragedy moment, which was a little random, but at least we wrapped it up. So now we can get to the beef. Where's the beef? Where's the beef? Oh man, I got beef in the fridge. I have to use it and some cooking adventures later. But anyway, or tomorrow. Anyhow, just a moment.
The criteria for certificate exams are straightforward enough. What it really
Alrighty.
is whether you are willing to put in the time.
I had to snack on
Really
snacks. Oh yeah. These nuts, if you know what I mean. Yeah, almonds. Brazil nuts. Is that right? I think that's it actually. Of chocolate. Oh yeah. Also, turns out I can speak like I'm possessed by demons, but I'm not gonna do that. I'll leave it to Filthy Frank and then Fallen Shadow, I guess, and a certain guy who I'm not gonna mention. Meow. Alrighty, where were we at? Lady Furina? What's good with Lady Furina? I guess we talked to Nervilette first.
Monsieur Nervilette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Oh no.
Please go see for yourself.
I guess we gotta be the counselor. These guys both have their own dysfunctions in terms of communication. Yeah, it's just here we care to save the day moment.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Ooh. Ooh. Bad news for Farina, who really cared for her people.
You mean they're all...
Ooh.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster.
He turned into water.
I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously?
Ninja info cards.
Court case now. I don't
Meme from the past, blush from the past.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct.
And that thing went to make the rounds back in the day.
There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something.
I don't. I've never seen such slate.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
You should know.
Anyone would know about it. It should be you.
You should know, but can you tell us?
Don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry.
I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented.
Striking logic.
Nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
No.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
So, are you gonna tell us what you found out then?
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Whoa, you think that sounds convincing? Oh no.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Oh no.
The opera's about to start. Toodles!
Toodles! Oh no. This is not convincing at all. Time to question her.
Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seemed deeply troubled.
I assume you've been outside for
a
a
while. Man.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is. Wait.
Everyone in her inner circle.
She already knows, no?
She is hiding some secret.
I don't know.
The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Man, why would you be so cute about this? Come on.
Like what?
Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience.
Why would you be so cute about this?
And she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from... This may be crude, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
We will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a
thing? I know who to call. Ghostbusters! Wait, what? Who are you gonna call? Wait.
That's everyone, huh?
We got the cryo dude who nobody play.
Speaking of which,
Who's like an exorcist. Maybe that guy? I don't know.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Is the boss here too?
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
No, maybe.
Lend me your ears, everyone.
How is Navia?
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you?
Oh, that guy.
Me?
No. No.
How about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become
So this is who's gonna be part of our conspiracy. All the actors have been assembled.
Well then.
And we get to see the main guy, the head of the operation, Nobilet,
The spotlight
rounded out.
I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Wait, there's one more.
Long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Okay.
Oh?
Man, this is getting complicated.
Well, it's just an expression, really.
This is getting complicated.
And used on the spot.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to...
I see.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall. Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped.
Can't we just...
Pigeons and rabbits will see the
like,
bait and naturally enter the snare.
toss spears? Hello? Just toss some spears, hello?
Our line of work requires
With a
deft
sling.
hand, and we're some of the
Toss
best
spears with a
users,
sling.
so you can
I heard it's very effective. Oh, anyway.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable...
Why are we having this conversation?
And I can be the...
With discretion.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. I remember that you liked those too, didn't...
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, but I do have one more question.
Yeah, he just like does the Neuvillette beam.
If we were to create...
Neuvillette beam.
How would you do...
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey.
Neuvillette beam.
A more gentle trap would be...
Wait, what? How do you gently Neuvillette beam?
However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of... If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides...
So, are we going hunting together?
I'm face-palming here. Wish I had an emote on my VTuber avatar.
Huh.
Oh well.
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
Yes, Fireman,
If our
yes.
means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is apt. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being whose seat is an exalted throne.
It reminds me, there's all these mysteries about what is the oratories? Why is there a voice coming out of it? Etc., etc. I guess it. Yeah, then he's so smart. What you need... what you need is simply the secrets she's keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Oh, whoa. Did we get stuff? Did we get items? Where's the items? I heard a sound. I want my items. Hello. Didn't show any items. Getting conditioned here to expect rewards when I hear that sound. Silly video game.
So much has been happening.
These meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meeting, Paimon? Where did we get this accent from? I don't know.
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
Yeah, of course.
After all, you're the most
Paimon
reliable
always does great.
person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
I did, because I didn't. Whoa.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Whoa, fancy.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Mona!
I merely refrained from
Magistus Mona!
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar.
Wait.
The voice from the sky,
It is not Mona.
I fear that description is wrong. Though,
What?
not completely wrong.
They have a similar accent.
You're feeling lost now.
I'm so confused.
Just as you were feeling previously.
No, just confused.
Sensed that
Meow.
confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine.
Nice, but yeah, I was wondering about this person for a long while. Who are you? And what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
One of the friends of Mona's master, the enigmatic N of the Haction Circle. Will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again, fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
It could happen.
What is she talking about?
I mean,
Impressive and important and stuff, but
it
also sounds kind of scary.
where's the thing when Nahida got her brain fixed, changed, you know what I mean? But everything else as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant.
Maybe that's a bit, maybe that's overreaching.
Out to change.
Going to that extent.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
I want to hear someone talking.
Are we simply to play our part without question? What is this supposed to mean?
Alright, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona, how have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
Interesting.
Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations.
Did she have pink hair by it?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte.
Oh,
You remember her, right?
Charlotte.
Daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a
Now we get the juxtaposition with the take destiny in your own hands sort of story. After we just got told to sit back and play your part.
Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before.
But how would you do that?
I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
It was Anne.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Not really stay in shape.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything
Well, it's not like we're taking on a prophecy of the gods or whatever anyway. I mean, it is.
Quite cryptic, but
It is like that, actually.
means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Maybe when we play Path of Exile and do the absence of value and meaning boss fight area thing, boss fight in the area. Meow.
Traveler?
Maybe not.
Are you two alright?
It's just an interesting coincidence.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
True.
I see. I feel
Feels
that
like
same
we are
sense
on
of
rails
desperation.
somehow. To doom.
I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff.
No worries.
I need to get going.
And thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, traveler.
What was he doing again here? I mean,
Let's go.
it was nice to have a chat with her for a change.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
The city. Now that would be up here. You know what? Gotta put that Sayu in here. And roll to win. Well, that roll is just a kind of spin, so spin to win.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper.
You're famous!
See, the underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fort. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Okay.
Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously?
Seems to be the case.
Fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
That's right, Cartman. Oh, another one. The Magician's Secret. Another one of these blocking our progress. The Magician's Secret. It is a mystery, as they say. Meow. Lenny! Man, this guy's been stalking us.
Neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard...
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Yes, let's skip the pleasantries. Just sit.
Get a load of this guy.
Get a load of this?
Pleasantries, he says. He looks pretty happy about Lenny stroking his ego.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel.
Phantom Weasel! Phantom Weasel!
Ensure that my show can go ahead.
Phantom Weasel!
What is there to...
Phantom Weasel! Phantom Weasel!
Caesar was the weasel and he's been...
Caesar was the Weaseler!
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up.
It's such a funny name! No, they need a theme song. Somebody write one based on my crude attempts to come up with some melody. Meow.
Oh, sir, I'm...
Phantom Weasel.
This is my pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenz.
Your pride? Boy, just tell me what exactly...
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity.
Yeah.
What would that accomplish?
The Phantom Weasel.
Of 10 years ago have to do with...
Phantom Weasel.
Oh, this is getting up.
Renzo? Is that? Oh, it is you!
This guy smashed. Oh no.
Oh, come on!
He's busy? Oh, come on.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey!
Oh, he's distracting us by... He's distracting everyone by making it about the drunkards. Yes. What a trick.
And he wonders why he can't get a girl.
What?
What? Pushing 40, 30, something?
Oof.
Point is,
Oof.
a lot older more than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into.
Shut up and get out of my face. Another
Oh,
word.
man.
Forget about doing business with me ever again.
Oof.
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink.
Hey, at least you brightened up the mood.
I think it's high time I made a move as well.
A move.
If you really want to investigate this, Linny...
Before the whole place goes drown on the seawater. Yeah, we better get going as well.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Phantom Weasel. Phantom Weasel. Phantom Weasel. Phantom Weasel.
Pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
There is something strange about him.
Totally. Oh, he's gotta be hot.
I think so too. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him.
Ed. I don't know about this Ed character. Are we done here yet? I've had enough of Phantom Weasel for a while. Excuse me. Oh, no. Wait, is this the... Yes. Still gotta do more Phantom Weasel.
You okay there?
Oh, this guy's...
Who are you?
This guy's got rainbows coming out of him, potentially.
Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I said
Oh, man.
too much back there, didn't I?
So he was
Oh, man.
to cut you off.
Hey! Keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal...
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask.
He's gonna talk, you know?
And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing. That's not a good sign. Yeah.
Phantom Weasel! Where you at? Phantom Weasel boys represent!
And there he goes.
Linny?
Shh. I think we're being watched. Don't say
Whoa, this guy got shades.
Any altercation
Whoa.
will attract...
Okay. Phantom Weasel.
We're here.
Should we go eat? Oh man. Dude, they always eat! They always eat! Good thing I had so much good food already today. Plenty food. Oh man.
Quick, look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It's already been sold out for the day. Aw.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another gulp. I'm sure it'll be great.
Can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice
True.
of cake, please. Someone showed up after. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even
That's
he has
right.
his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Nice principles.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
Wait, it Paimon out of nowhere. What are you talking about, hello?
But why would it close?
Yes, why?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, we're back on track. Yes, no more Phantom Weasel. Oh no, I miss Phantom Weasel. But it's okay.
I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still,
Yeah.
even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from
This
having
is
some
fine
today.
too. No more Phantom Weasel for now.
It's the same for eating in general.
Meow.
You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Man, so practical. True.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Aw, so considerate.
Oh, you know Seatrain?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about... She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Oh, man.
And there she goes. All right.
What a bright spirit. Appreciate it.
This cake will be delicious.
Snarf down the cake.
More delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Yeah, but we'll go to the next place after we are done here. You know, we're gonna do the pyro place next, right? Or something, or Snezhnaya, I don't know.
We're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Think of all the upcoming regions. Steambird, what? I don't know about that. We're going here, yes. Yes. The prophecy calls.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended.
Really?
Whoa, they got money for us? Nice. Charlotte really thinking this through.
Oh, Paimon knows you.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you,
We got a prophecy to take care of. Come on.
I see. It seems you've already
Come on, this is we're narrowing in on the spicy stuff. Yes, the stuff I put on my food when I want it spicy.
She said that
yes,
you're
yes.
a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, this daredevil journalist dared to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You really want an interview right now?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now.
Not right now.
I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh.
Fair.
In that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Yeah, we gotta take care of a prophecy, so...
I'll tell the...
There's a space whale coming up that you can already fight, by the way, so it's not a spoiler. There is...
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question.
There's all the stuff that got teased, which I'm not gonna talk about, because it's like low-key spoilery, but not really.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it?
Prophecy, yeah.
I do hear about it often.
Delicious prophecy.
If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I
Whoa.
can't forsake my homeland that easily.
Whoa, now that's some dedication. That's the frontline journalist I appreciate, even in these dangerous times. Commendable.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really
She's such an inspiration.
but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Alrighty. Man, she really learned from the greats, I would imagine. on the ground, working her way up.
Scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
I wonder if that's still possible today.
Paimon's been thinking.
Maybe there's new ways for that. Yes, Paimon?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, Just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon. That I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been
Yes. The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Fleuve Sounder. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Comfy. Wholesome, you could say. Another day.
grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Hey, I don't mind salty. But enough League of Legends to
Wonderful.
be used to the experience.
You're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So you are under the impression that we might be wanted criminals.
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
What? Lady Farina getting harassed? That's a new one.
Doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Ah, true.
Before she could respond,
That's happening.
the crowd continued to grow, and
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they
I agree. People
So what happened after that?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had
Oh, she's missing now.
That's right.
That's right, she's missing.
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is.
I understand the situation.
Monsieur Nervillat sent me to.
Don't worry, this is.
Is
So we look for Farina now. Or first coordinates. Why are we so smart looking? Hello?
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart. When Nervillat was talking,
She doesn't have a heart of stone, true.
and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused, but Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of, Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do it. In that case, there's not a moment to lose.
Why is she in Poisson? Where is Poisson? I don't know what that is. Oh, nice. We got items. Amazing. Oh yeah, it's here. Was Farina ever in this place?
Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's
Yeah,
left
makes
here are signs
sense.
of devastation.
And she would check out the scene of disaster. I mean, she's down there. I mean, there she is. We found her. Easy peasy.
That's Farina, right over there.
Quiet.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Rena?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
It's just the Tibi kid, and Paimon is Paimon.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving.
This is getting awkward.
Process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the art. They even dared to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
What? Who the hell are these guys? We're having a moment here. We're having a moment here. Hello?
They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person.
I don't think that's happening.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Yes, we got the ghost on these
Farina just ran
these angry people over there.
Quick, we have to catch up.
Yes. No interruptions. What is this chase sequence? Oh, we're outplaying them. Big plays. Let's go.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to...
What is this?
Where is this place?
Fine, I suppose haste is warranted.
Ooh, there's fish. You must smell like fish.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is probably not soundproof. Yes, true. Maybe you wanna stay a little more quiet.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Whoa! What's going on?
What's happening?
Another disaster just struck.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding and...
It can't be. It's happening again?
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother.
Yeah. Right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Farina slowly calms down.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds lots of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
This is some pretty dark storyline, if you take it as a metaphor for all kinds of things.
That's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
True. True.
Being honest, just
Now, time. Can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden? That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I am what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
That is true.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator.
In a weird way, this wraps back to Kino Kino's journey, doesn't it? Which was multiple times referenced in the in this game so far. No time left. Please, Farina, just spit it out. It's interesting how it's slightly subverted. Because we are like the problem solver all over the place, actually. Let's see if she can tell us something. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, we were talking about getting her trapped. Yes. What? What? She could have just told us things.
Gentlemen, this concludes my opening
Oh well. That was smart. Wowee. Wowee, it was all a scheme. I didn't even think about that till just now.
Without further ado,
Get her into the thing and transport it to the trial.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
That may be that, but this is still happening, is it not?
May I interpret?
And given the circumstances, how fitting would it be?
Trial. In that case, You will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
Reasonable.
She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a...
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of...
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crime. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
Man, she sure turned it around.
This time, I will protect you.
Protect who? Who's this about?
And rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history!
Now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
For sure.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. It was us, the Timmy kid.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We're so close to getting her to test the truth. It still turned out like this in the end. Yes. Oh, man. That was an unfortunate stall, but I mean, this works too. It is what it is.
Please allow me to ask, as a final question, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Oh, I see.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were all—
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epic, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude. And the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course.
Lots of fish.
was an Archon instead of a
Lots of fish. There were lots of fish in there.
My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So that's what the shaking was all about.
So, in other words,
Yes.
earthquake
Yes.
within the giant.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
Yes, that is correct.
Still haven't seen nothing from Child.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage.
What's up with that?
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived on.
You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hope that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived on the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
I'm probably a bit bothered by the conversation earlier. What did she want to say?
Please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Nice.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
No.
Oh, let Paimon see.
Nice.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she... Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the words? You defeated... I didn't think that you'd wind up getting... This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the oratories.
Nice voice acting.
Archon can't be...
That is nice. Such attention to detail. And great execution.
Are both in position.
Always appreciated, miHoYo. And the voice actors, of course. So we just trial and error our way through this. If there's more stuff, more riddle solving stuff.
And the lead actress of this performance.
Yes.
I still haven't even been informed of my
Speed is useful.
guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
What?
What was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey,
But why?
I remember thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but...
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead... Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. There is no way that I, Fos
Consulor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah.
True.
I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no... See? Even the Oratrice has decided to if you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of
Intimidation attempt.
Impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon, because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Magic! Okay, think carefully. Maybe not magic. What's special about her? Afflicted with a curse. You're cursed!
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
A curse!
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It need not matter who provide the information. What is of the substance, of the essence, is the veracity of the claim.
Curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Ooh, Nuvilette!
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
You sensed it too, yes. Could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
There. Making a point.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
True.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
One trial actually proved the opposite. Farina has no control over the Oratrice.
That doesn't...
This one?
You tried to reference
Yes.
the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the
Didn't I make myself clear at the time?
Oh yeah, she played it cool. True.
Naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an...
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, The principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon.
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
Fair.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Put the Oratrice aside, but then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable...
It's dangerous,
If that
true.
poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection.
You don't need
A
to go...
brief demonstration.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
Yes, such a crackpot theory. Excuse me.
All of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
That's a big giveaway though, telling people that.
Isn't that a huge...
Even if it's true, that's wild.
Yeah. No matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Yeah, tell them. Just ain't be checking out.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me, please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
I like how they're turning this into a trial to reveal the truth of the matter at hand. This is a nice way to build up and conclude at the same time in a way, and then have the boss fight potentially at the end.
Wow.
But let's see how that goes.
Argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
And provide that she can prove that she's just a human. Maybe this one? I'm just guessing at this point.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, come on, Paimon. She's just a human. Maybe this one. There's weird fish people. No? It's weird fish people. How does it not mean anything? Man. Prophecy will happen. If you really are God, then it wouldn't really happen. Why can't submit that one? Oh, can I? Irrelevant. If she's really God, she could protect people from the sea, no? It's like, I guessed everyone by now. The truth behind the serial disappearance. Oh yeah, she failed to figure it out. She was like a deer in the headlights.
Can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Oh wait, we can pour water on her.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now.
That's a wild one.
Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson, including those. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro? But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh,
Is this like a witch trial but reverse?
Disaster at Poisson. No, I do hope you'll act prudently.
I mean,
and choose not.
or like almost a witch trial?
If Lady Farina is indeed just...
Wait, no, she would fail the trial if she dies. So it really is reverse witch trial. Oh well. I feel like this is a red herring though. She's gonna touch it? Farina?
This test has been unilaterally proposed by the
I wanna believe in her!
As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she...
What's going on? Is she really playing?
Due to the inherent risk of the test, lady.
Whoa!
Hey!
She actually... Oh, she didn't know herself.
I'm fine! Look! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
It might cause her some grief, though, to interact with the seawater.
Will you believe me now?
Emotional connectivity and all.
Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defense.
Siege? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a... That's...
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and skin. These indicate that she was experiencing effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater at a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin.
So,
Lady Farina.
This was not the deadly dose that would dissolve her hand instantly. Okay, good. So apparently she actually is affected, just like everyone though.
Did she just say, I didn't get dissolved? Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
No.
Considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater.
Yes, she made sure it wouldn't like rip your hand off. We're so nice, aren't we?
After extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina couldn't...
I can't believe... You...
What's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences. Oh man. Just too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life? But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone.
No, I don't think she gave up.
Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single... Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
True.
Also, If I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
It's not the least unsound. It's not the most unsound. Oh man.
I swear,
Oof. This is intense. Oh man. People don't believe. People don't believe. What is this? What a sad, sad Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Well, the Oratrice can just say not guilty.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway stacked against her.
Let's see. What's going on here? This is foreboding. Hello?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty.
Whoa. We still have the Oratrice to go, though.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Coordinate. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
No!
What's wrong?
It can't be! Did the Oratrice just declare Furina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice
Oh!
place a guilty verdict.
Oh my lord, sheesh! No, even I can't doubt. I can still doubt it. I wonder what's going on here, though.
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon.
Guilty. The Hydro Archon is guilty of not being the Hydro Archon. Oh no! Oh no! It's a logic error. Oh no!
Punished via the death sentence.
Okay, that's bad, but it's a logic error. At the same time, did he not realize? Oh my lord! You can't be both the Hydro Archon and not be the Hydro Archon. It's impossible. It's impossible.
The death sentence?
Although that is some excessive punishment. It may have to do with the curse.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
By the way...
I always thought that it was just a myth.
By the way... Maybe it's the Hydro Archon that is sentenced to death. Not Furina. Oh man, that could work. It would be kind of like a trick on language, though. Like, guilty in the trial is a different person. The Hydro Archon. For the crimes of Furina to pretend to be the Hydro Archon. Something like that.
The one and only time the
Let's
death
see
sentence has
how
been
this
handed
plays
in
out.
court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
True.
He's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Yes, Project Coon realized. Instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon. Yes.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Yes.
What does this mean?
So we can't really execute the sentence unless we figure out who is the Hydro Archon.
Excuse me.
Yes.
If I may
Interesting.
interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top.
So, what do you got to tell us? Stone Slate. Is that the first one?
That the first prophecy slate?
Ooh.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of... But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late?
The mystery hasn't been resolved yet. Your time to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. Would like you...
Let's confirm what's on here. Yes.
Huh? So what do you see? What?
Looks like the previous Hydro Archon, releasing her power, turning the Oceans into human beings. Oh!
I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents.
Okay, time to randomly associate stuff. Yes, yes, yes. I will just use the most famous gamer technique of trial and error, finally.
The stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine... Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting
Maybe it can be
that.
reversed, true.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
So they don't like if people of Oceans are people?
The slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
This is a bit different, by the way.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Did we?
Well, the first slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
I would put that one first, personally.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
I'll put that one first. Maybe put that first. Verify truth. Whoa, the truth behind the serial disappearance of young women case. What? Oh, that's the thing we can pick. So, what verifies this? Her thing. The part where she's alone. Well, alone judgment by the oratories. No. I mean, you do get to be the absolute judge if you're the actual only witness to the happenings. So I think that would make a lot of sense, but it's probably a different thing to go for here. Seal the thing with his power? That makes no sense. Navia chatting with the people. Prophecy will certainly happen. What? Punished to death. That makes no sense. True. Maybe dissolved? Yeah, which one do I think makes the least sense? Navias. Okay.
Prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true.
This is weak
If we hadn't
evidence.
dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
This is weak evidence. So I think this is just a show trial, the whole thing right now. There's many more layers to this. So there's the Archon turning the Oceanids into people. This is to do with the Oceanids. Can be dissolved, yeah.
We know from the case of
So
the
it can be
Sea
reversed,
Elephants
yes.
that this might be the reason.
Yes, they're actually Oceanids all along. So the worship that fails. Okay, I just thought maybe. You get punished, even if you pray.
And the original.
Sheesh. Okay. What about this one? Sinking into the sea. It's the tower of the people that protect her.
When Navia fell into the sea,
Mm.
her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Maybe.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Okay, loads of truth. Loads of it. Get a load of this truth. Yeah, I want a piece of that. Let's get a piece of the truth. Yes.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelation.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
Ready to hear that? You're not a human. And you're not either, Sister Heart. Oh no. Or maybe yes. That's kind of cool.
Created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence
I just called them Oceanids.
how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater. And how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
And it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Now, well, the third slate should come after the fourth slate. Maybe?
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
I hope it doesn't explode. Better not explode.
Well?
No tricky contraptions and stratagems, please.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of
nice.
The previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Unlucky.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse.
Whoa, now that's some engineering. That's some engineering.
Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race, and thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
Sounds fair.
So you...
Merely for shouldering sin, you can live the good life of the human. Meow.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just
What kind of sin is there anyway?
Wait, but if that's the
It has no bearing on anything.
Sentenced to death? After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
What's the 3rd slate supposed to mean then?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
It can't be!
Yes, it refers to our...
We made the prophecy come truer than before.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, Even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
Yeah, that's dark.
So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
No, not at all. It actually doesn't. It doesn't. There is no time-sensitive statements contained.
Traveler, I would like to point
Anyway.
out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Let's see what he has to say.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
No, but I mean, I guess Traveler-kun did think so?
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Worse? What?
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Could it be ... Good, I don't know. I don't know what it could be.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
What is the true source? Good question. Oh yeah, that's a whale.
And reality.
Or did we dream of that?
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
No.
The original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Does that have anything to do with the heavenly principles? Probably not. So there's two. So the prophecy is actually in play, but it is on an undefined time scale. Now that whale from the abyss. Now that's a different beast. That's what I'm talking about. I would just have to slap it to its place. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. I already bet this for the weekly. It's also tiny. I was a bit disappointed by how tiny it is. It's like small, it's like Storm Terror sized, and small. So Storm Terror is small terror. Ooh. Whoa! Finally, child's time to shine. Man, I love how we get treated to a cutscene out of that one. Whoa, they made it go poof? Not yet. It's on the retreat. Hey, don't overdo it. Whoa. I mean, I guess he's on the chase. Good luck.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Correct. Also what Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea,
so that's why it's so small.
the next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids...
Precisely.
Oh, she wants more of the blood.
The blood of Fontainians, nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the Primordial Sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to
That is correct. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
True.
Now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Wait, that whale is the cause of the disaster? Is it? Maybe it's not, but we can make it so. I don't know.
It is
possible.
Too late. It had already absorbed too much of the Primordial Sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That doesn't mean we can't beat it, though.
That's not something I will accept.
Yes, Navia, tell us with your geo element. Yes.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You
Anyway,
can't just tell me that
I'm
the Lost
thinking,
Circle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
as it has it with legend, so it does have it with prophecy. So maybe if we make this ferocious foe bow to our demands in practice, even if it can't comprehend, maybe that will satisfy the prophecy, even if it's not strictly to do with the heavenly principles. I mean, it doesn't really, does it now?
Indeed. That's
This
not
is,
how a grand performance should end.
This is fascinating.
I'll fight it to the end. No.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Nah, we beat up the whale. Don't worry about it. And somehow, what are we doing here? ...
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, what? Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
I feel like there's some profound insight here, but I can't get it.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
I mean, the prophecy is that Farina is left alone in the end, so we can indefinitely stall if we sacrifice Farina. Is that where we're going here? Oh man, that's dark. Is that what they're foreshadowing on all the official channels and whatnot? Even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone. Yeah, I mean, there is no time frame on this. That's the thing I've been saying. What is her real secret? Maybe there's something else to this I'm not getting just yet, but stalling seems to be part of the process one way or another.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Oh. A connection was made. By proxy. Whoa, what's that? Whoa, is that Focalors? I mean, she is to be sentenced after all. Wait, no, that's the old Archon. Also, that's the teacher of Child, isn't it? No, it's not. Never mind. It is actually Focalors. That makes no sense. What is going on?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Maybe it is Farina.
The sweet sound of bewilderment.
Oh man.
Marvelous.
But she's not.
A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know.
I call her Focalors. Oh man. Those pronunciations.
Focalor.
I don't even know.
Why did you deceive us?
Which ones are right and which ones are wrong?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Ooh.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
Ooh.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
Yeah, but how?
I'm a genius, I know.
Okay.
I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Correct.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt.
This feels like some Deus Ex Machina, what can I say?
I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
No.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Sure, I
But
guess.
in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Is this how every good father feels about their daughters?
Anyway, so then I
Anyway.
cursed her.
What?
All part of the
That
plan,
escalated
of course.
quickly.
The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
What?
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
So what is that prophecy about anyway? Did he create an appearance of the prophecy? Whoa.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all.
Okay. So what exactly are the details of that curse? Besides the immortality. Oh. That was all in our heads. Or maybe not. Maybe it's like another chapter in this. Just like the sequence is kind of hard to get right here. This is at the same time or just like condensed time and stuff. I don't know. Or maybe this is like at the same time, yeah, and so Rotek-kun gets to see the inside while Focalors has been explaining on the outside. Now we get to hear the story from Farina.
Oh?
Maybe?
Who permitted you to come onto the stage?
Come on!
I understand
It's me!
your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. Even her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of Hydro Archon. Oh no. Oh no, don't make me riddle.
Dear audience, the performance is
Still soft. Okay, I'll take some combat. That's fine.
but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Hey, there's Farina helping Farina. I love it.
Hey, the audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Pew pew. Signal? Ticket. When did that end up here? The show is about to begin. Show me how you truly feel, Farina. This is so slow. Whether we spin around or not. This is so slow. What if she need a restroom break while walking like this? Oh no.
Farina. Farina.
Who?
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me?
That's scary. Imagine you hear this stuff going on in your head.
Not nervous.
Oh no.
Be not afraid. I am before you. Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be? Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. The people will all be dissolved into the waters. And only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared.
I choose later.
There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Maybe not.
You truly are
Fascinating.
human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
You can only make that gambit if everyone else is willing to make that gambit. In a way. And then the gambit becomes meaningless. In a way. Although it does mean we can continue on.
Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity.
What's the point of that again?
If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying
Oh.
this prophecy.
It's a MacGuffin.
But should your
see.
identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
Okay. I want to see the explanation for that one. Now I'm curious.
How will I do this? Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow
Okay.
old until your task ends.
For how long?
But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
Oh yeah, it's a fake trial. Right, so this is not part of the prophecy itself, because the god herself has not been... I mean, the Orchress has been sentencing the god. But the god was not on trial, so... I think we still get some logic error here.
A trial.
Interesting. Question is, how did it check out, if at all? Keeping it spicy till the end, I see, I see. Although, as far as I am concerned, I just want to see how it unravels, for better or worse. Too many layers upon layers do not pique my interest, my curiosity.
But this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening. Aww.
Clays. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all.
Oh man, she's been a believer for hundreds of years. In her alter ego. The god followers.
This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully,
Now that is impressive.
I can say my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's
Fascinating.
new Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might...
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad.
Dude, how did she get through this?
There'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
How did people actually take her seriously in the first place, ever?
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as
What? How does that work?
Calm down, Farina. Think.
You gotta be some bloody sage.
What do the people want?
How is she a sage?
God to speak and act. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
I mean, that's just a sham god. I mean, but it probably works. See, this is the thing. You would expect something a little more Socratic from a god, but at the same time, to actually penetrate the you know, the smallest common denominator sort of doubt, you would also probably have to be a little more like that.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them?
Oh man.
Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self. Here in this opera, you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
She's so skillful all of a sudden.
Let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
Now the problem is, in reality, just as many doubters would appear, but they never speak up. Maybe not like this. I mean, or maybe they would. I don't know.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my
Ah, man. Then again, they are Oceanics, who are really more like theater goers. Then, I mean, I don't know. These guys seem a little foolish. Just my 2 cents. But hey, maybe it's just like the thing is, it doesn't have to completely define you that you just like a spectacle. So in a way, it's like you have the play that everyone seeks to go along with, but everyone has their suspicions. But if there ain't a reason to raise them, then they will never be raised. Interesting. Resolutely, with conviction, summon courage.
Dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Ernest, turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Close politely.
No, this won't work.
No?
They'll suspect me again. I must play the
Oh.
role they want me to play.
We have to pick and the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
Alrighty.
So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Alrighty. Hey, it is a nice spectacle. Again, it is not an indictment on the character of the spectators. Nor their capacity. Interesting.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for you.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Hey, maybe we're helping. Who knows? Who knows? Everything's open until the curtain falls.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological
This is a metaphor for royalty, by the way.
The specific parameters you asked to take note of. I'm afraid
In a weird
things
way,
still don't
maybe.
look good.
To be fair, royals were just like, in a way, they were definitely in part warlords, so there is that. There's a kind of that power does matter in a pretty practical sense there. Although it is always nested and integrated in a complex manner. It may not be easy to penetrate in how it works And so I do wonder, how does the world in this, how does the setting actually work? Although it may not be something that has to be spelled out to tell the story. What are we doing here? Ideological reports.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water level.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need
Oh man.
and everyone will be safe. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
What a gambit. Oh my lord. It's like everything of substance is like in a black box. At least in hindsight.
Here are the new trial reports.
Like what is Focalors doing? Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Well, maybe we were waiting for the traveler to arrive all along.
Lady Farina.
A wild card, a true wild card.
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Dude, the H.P. Lovecraft influence is definitely there though, isn't it?
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed
Beyond
should anything come up at the
reason
Institute.
and beyond control.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
We can only try to do what we know to do without any reason to believe that it actually does anything. But yet it may do something, even though it is completely open. What that would do and if it does anything at all. To doubt itself.
It's like a
Meow.
joy being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
I guess you would still doubt. You would still doubt.
Indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
But you wouldn't actually believe in doubt, right? So it's a tricky position. It's a very nice, thing to conceptualize, though. Nice story.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
Well, good citizen.
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now?
Ooh.
Didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it.
This is actually quite close to original sin from the Bible, is it not? You know the truth.
So interminable.
Now, whether or not that's a sin, it's though. I don't know.
How much longer?
There's probably many ways to look at it.
Hundreds of years must
But that's rough, that's for sure. The way this plays out here.
The show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Ooh. Now, there is this thing though. You can either make it a challenge you embark on, or something that is thrusted upon you,
Would that not destroy
or a challenge you take on. You know what I mean? Anyway, like you can lean into it or feel like it's being done to you, and it actually quite strongly defines how you feel about it. Anyway. Just some psychiatrists, psychologists on the internet talking there I listened to. Anyway, this is rough. She's never really started feeling like that this is something that isn't just thrust upon her.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries.
Very serious person.
There's not
Can come to haunt you.
of hope that
Ooh.
we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
And you know what? Nobody knows what Mirror Me, quote unquote, succeeding is at all.
You don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
For all I know, Farina's failure could be Mirror Me's success in some way. Although
I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are
Again.
more than willing to share your burden with you.
probably good to have a wildcard stop by. So maybe there were some stakes. It's like you can't even know though. You can't even know if there were stakes in the first place. That's the kind of situation we got here. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. I mean, now that I think about it, I didn't think of it either, but in hindsight it makes sense.
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide and just share it with
A witness. And if to that is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator.
That's an existential question to a lot of people.
If that's the case, she's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if, Farina, you've worked so hard for so long.
Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
Also, that's a thing, yes.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
What would she even say?
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Right.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her...
Maybe that's her taking control of her role in a way. That choice. Yeah, it was the first time she really asks herself whether or not to make it her own. Fascinating.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
So there were stakes.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
And hey, it's not like there's anything better to do than to stick to the plan, in most cases anyway, even if it's this tragic.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth.
Commendable.
Is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
But that's the real question.
That is the most important thing.
Yes. Does it actually check out in like any other circumstance?
Good.
Hey, it still works as a metaphor.
The index of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the... It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Which reminds me, there is a prophecy that does involve Farina being... Well, what is it? The Hydro Archon being alone. But if the Hydro Archon isn't there,
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Oh, this makes so much sense. If there just ain't no Hydro Archon period as a concept, well, that's useful. In a way, to the prophecy. Like, if you don't want it to fulfill, right? I mean,
did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
Now, you know, I have some questions as to the agency of Celestia. How do they feel about this whole thing? I mean, they went to war against, like, what's it called? The place where Storm Terror is now chilling. They went to war. Right? I mean, I get that you wouldn't really want to pick another fight with Celestia. You just like maybe some small god here, you know, like some small god like Focalors, whatever. But do you really think this plan is gonna work? I mean, I guess it depends. What exactly is the plan?
The vast majority
let's find out.
Had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Of course.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So, I do wonder, okay, so what does doing that actually do? How does that look like? Embody that for me, please. Meow.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Oh.
But...
Right. I've heard that somewhere. The Archon power is this is a borrowed power from the dragons.
Again, are we?
In general.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Ain't nobody said she would die too.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
I mean, in a way, it is like that, though. Even if you simply revoke the concept of Hydro Archon, it would still mean she's just a mere mortal in a way. What are the implications of that anyway?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
True.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
I mean, it depends on whoever makes the rules, so, I mean... there's a bit of faulty logic here, but hey, I'll take it.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence
I
itself.
wonder how Zhongli would feel about this.
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, Justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others.
I mean, you can call it that.
At this point,
Mm-hmm.
we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Aww. Aww. How nice of him.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it,
But how do you...
I find myself a little afraid.
How do you terminate the Hydro Archon seat as such? Come on. I still don't quite get the intricacies of this plan. Maybe we just have to believe. Like Farina. That's a bit cheesy though. Okay. Somebody crash the party. Come on. No? No? Anyway. That is unfortunate. They introduced character and then they disintroduced character. And let's see if her plan comes to fruition. And how. Aww. What's he gonna do?
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Whoa. Okay, so, but isn't Celestia gonna still be pissed? Come on! Come on!
What just happened?
I have so many questions.
Carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
I mean,
Feeling that something huge just happened.
I'll give Focalors this. She did arrange for a powerful weapon to be available for the times to come. Yes, yes. Meow.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was
So I
good for
cannot
us.
tell about the consequences.
It's
Let's
time
see.
to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Oh yeah.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Oh, now it can be.
I have
Of
gained the
course.
strength sufficient to deal with
Yes. Yes, of
certain
course.
Now I have the
means.
ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature.
Yes, yes, certain mean. Come on. Oh man. Oh man, oh boy.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
Narwhal.
Me, traveler.
Let's go. Hour of the narwhal has come. Small narwhal. Small narwhal. But I don't know how to describe the soundtrack. I felt like the soundtrack is trying to tell you it's big. Like some commentators, like Marco Meatball said. It's not huge!
My best to separate
It's fucking tiny. Anyway, but so the disconnect between the narwhal, the small wall, and the music, it's just like, okay. I mean, I'm okay with that in a way, but it doesn't actually, you know... I would have preferred some, like... What is it called?
Taking a turn for the better.
Something a little more metal. But I always prefer something a little more metal, unless I'm not just listening to music. Anyway, metal makes for some good standalone listening.
The all-devouring narwhal.
Pew pew.
Resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Pew pew.
Strike a pose!
Wait, our healer's super under gear and under talented. Alright, now we go for the inside. We already did this. This is almost metal, but then it never goes hard, you know what I mean? Oh, we have this healer too. Yes, very good.
Time to shine!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress the root from within.
Wait, what? Kicks us out at 1/3. Depletes it. It's so much bigger in this cutscene. Maybe not that much bigger. Still. Yeah, no, it's not that big. Come on, it's so tiny. Small wall. Don't make this harder for both of us. Come on, Hobart, what's going on? There she is. Saving for that character. What? They both get dust. Alright.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but... oh well.
Oh well.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple? Your master's pet? Who's your master?
Who are you exactly?
We already know because spoilers everywhere.
What she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Skirk. Okay.
It was the impression
That's how you
she was,
pronounce that. Okay.
talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world, so you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
And I have more important things to do. But she said something different than the line. Even my disciple has more important things to do, is what the text says. Alrighty. Anyway.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
I like that variation on the text as opposed to the audio. It shows you she is the sensei here. She has for her disciple anyway. It's a nice little variation there. Even though the voice lines weren't ready just yet. Needed an update. It fails as a pet. Yes.
You might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well,
Yeah, Paimon, please fill us in. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Paimon.
being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Well, I mean, remember what happened in Liyue? You know, anyway.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Who?
Huh?
Ravioli? Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh.
Please no
So master
grain
sees
for me. I
sufficient
avoid grain. Ravioli, but only the meat. Oh yeah, let's go.
Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The foul legacy? Is that is it the foul whose legacy people are using? What?
Still nothing?
Oh man.
Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Is she?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes?
Oh,
my master is
I
likely
see.
a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
What?
In other words,
That's not
the
good.
prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
But how?
What?
That makes no sense. There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. What there is. I mean, however.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Yeah, see, I knew it.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Okay.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Okay, so Nubilet fixed it, right? Nubilet fixed everything. That's what's going on here. And the prophecy came to pass. Yes, see, they're all... It's just normal water. They're all innocent.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All of them. Fascinating. I'm not entirely sure how exactly everything worked out, but you know, let's not sweat the details. All is well that ends. Oh, they have a fat ship. Right, right. That was shown beforehand. That's so cool. Now we can go on an epic adventure with a floating ship like Final Fantasy X. Let's go. Who cares if everything's flooded? Just go on a journey. Just like humanity in a billion years when the sun go a little crazy. And probably before that, hopefully, we also go on an epic journey. But anyway.
Look!
To the stars! Oh, also this is nice. This is nice. We don't lose out on area to explore for more chests. Yes. Paimon is pleased. Treasure.
Water's receding. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
How do you even know what the prophecy really was in hindsight?
Are you right?
Yeah.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Is she still immortal though? Probably not. Now it's for Nubilet to call the shots in a weird way.
Rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula.
Now, maybe I'd call the shots.
Poisson's present and future.
Like he's certainly the main actor in this now, in a weird way. Like he's like, you know, I mean. He's the dude now, isn't he? The guy, the dragon, the mega dragon. But I mean, you know, the Dendo dragon's still a little more impressive despite everything, isn't he?
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
What? What? But once you never stop when you get started, no? Please don't eat cookie at night, this ain't good.
Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
At least not too often.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people
people in the reports. Are those really Juria and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity. I must say, it was quite a bit of Deus Ex Machina in the end. But the story was good, so it's all good.
What do you think?
You know what I mean?
Probably, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Oh yeah, now we get to appreciate Charlotte's unapologetic, journalistic integrity and drive. Oh yeah, let's go.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
Ooh.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Getting a little sleepy here, though. I mean, it is late. It's took longer than expected with the impromptu 1 hour of character quest.
Paimon's curious too!
That's okay.
Wait a minute.
I liked it as well.
What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Oh yeah, the handsome guy.
Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
Yes. Finale. There's a finale. There's a finale. It's called finale. I think we just chill out with the
What a bummer.
with the characters. A little. I mean, that's okay. Oh wait, we gotta go down. Oh yeah, this is just the right place to wrap things up, story-wise. No need to get lost in the underwater fortress now. Thanks, miHoYo.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezrovich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are
nice.
hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
Wonder if there's gonna be
We've lost a lot of people.
some sort of follow through there.
That will
One
have
way
to
or
be
another. Be it for better or worse. You never know with these Fatuis. Even if it's the Knave.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan
Hope
of
they don't want an arm in the leg later.
an article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too.
Mm-hmm.
How are things?
But hey, maybe there really is just that to it.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
Oh yeah.
All right. She really came here to
She
help me.
did challenge a god to a duel, a supposed god. A kind of god, I mean...
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
So, the Hydrovision holders, they now receive their energy from... Nivillette? By the way? Just asking for friends? Meow.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you
Like,
felt
how does that
before
work?
the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Is he gonna hand out visions now? This is that's new thing. I mean, I guess that's cool. That's kind of cool.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Oh, maybe that's why the hydro element is so OP. Maybe not, actually.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillet, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillet asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Okay. So we're basically going around all the places. Having a little chat with all the relevant NPCs. Hey, might as well. Who else is there? Farina.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our
They got good music here.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Keeping it professional. What is happening?
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Oh yeah, these two guys.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
Just teasing them.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on.
That what vibe?
The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
She sure knows how to put the things
Still, if I'm
in a peculiar way.
where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that long?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, just...
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh?
Sharing some news.
Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
That happened.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Okay.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right.
Until then, the docks. Whoa, that's where we first met Farina. Wait a minute. Where are we supposed to go? Oh, down. Yeah. Exactly. Oh man, brings me back to the net. Introduction. That was pretty dark.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Strange pockets. Hot pockets. Delicious. I don't know how they taste. I don't know. And they better not be grain. Anyway, I'm just thinking that's a thing.
Traveler.
Why, hello there.
Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
But besides that, they were actually distributing actual pockets before. That was a thing, too. What in the world was that about?
Would you like a magic pocket?
What?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, But if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
What?
Sure.
Hey, that's one way to get into the fray.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him. Wait, does it?
Yes.
That's what we say,
To
though.
first introduce Per
Apparently.
as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said...
Oh, yeah, true.
Want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
Pictures, let's challenge.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Alrighty.
Father says that you did a great deal during
I'm
the
doing alright.
She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations. During which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Okay. What does it do anyway?
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Is it, like, important to Nervillet in any way, shape, or form anyway? What does it do? Is it a big part of his potential power? Is it not? I don't know.
Yes, I was quite surprised at
Fascinating.
first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going
Maybe
for
it's like a sort of proxy sort of thing. They can borrow his power.
It could have been done as an apology for the incident
It's
with
not
Lord
entirely
Giant,
clear how these work
or
at
as
all.
thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Also true. Definitely fair.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervillet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think, but back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies, quote unquote. What? What does that mean?
That's true.
Yeah, he actually had this fighting.
With the Fatui, to think we'd be allied with them this time.
Yes, like he was on our side.
So
For real.
shocked by such a
True.
simple switching of sides?
It's father. Of course.
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
Fair
Switching my
point.
masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this. Oh yeah, it's Charles' vision.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it.
Yeah, that
Keeping
happened.
it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Interesting. Interesting. I have some media blackout concerning the Fatui Harbingers unless you go through the proper channels. What's up with that?
Farewell, Father.
Fascinating.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
True.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Hey, I mean, if it was more important to have an article on that, then it would get that, one way or another. In this case, anyway. I believe in Charlotte. Just didn't seem like it would matter here. Break with some orthodoxies.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too.
Just to get some extra interview in there, that would be...
Exact same thing right now. So many things have happened. The pockets are still the pockets.
The pockets are still the pockets, yes. Let's go with that.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Good luck with the pockets.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Okay, 2,000 meters away. Didn't they tell us that he was seen nearby? That's not nearby. In any way, shape, or form. Well, it says we should go here. I think that the pathing... Yeah, the pathing wants us to go around. Yes, there's no back exit from the building that we could actually use anyway.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverlette! I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way.
How is Linney over here?
In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
Yeah.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
telling us the truth about what he saw. Both the lords deceived the heavenly principles and used Farina's endless what?
So that's what happened?
What? Oh yeah, the stuff she got, that's right. Right, yeah.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign!
Wowee!
Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element.
Whoa.
The Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Okay. I mean, I guess he can do that.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment that the Fontainians were finally truly born, quote unquote. I mean, what does that even mean?
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
I mean, sure.
Ask away.
What do we have here? What about Farina? Okay, let's ask about Farina. Okay, let's talk about everything. There's a verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Oh, was it just, you know, a coincidence?
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability.
Yep.
As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
So it was... Okay, so you can put the finger on the scale when you're the real god of Fontaine or whatever. Okay.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time.
Hey, fair enough.
That they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed?
Yeah, I was wondering about that all along.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Oh.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine
It's like the bees and the flowers.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual.
Whoa.
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
But Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Understandable.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal, but now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts.
Alright. So he's just some judge now, okay.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both...
I mean... You should hire somebody for the job, mister. I think you had more important stuff to do.
As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
Why not? I was being produced anyway.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it?
Ooh. How does that work? How does that even work?
But the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite blame Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Fontaine's Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least the Oratrice, has ceased to function.
The Gnosis.
The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragon.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Whoa, that's kind of cool.
Natlan is also the nation of war.
Oh yeah, the fireplace,
like
yep. Alrighty.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Nice, we get to see a couple of pieces for the next stage laid out.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
Yep.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Alrighty, got him.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Let's hear.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's right, Nervalet?
What are we doing? What?
What next?
Ah, it's a flashback,
The
right,
all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The who?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
The third descender, the remains. Okay.
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense.
There's two A's there.
Which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with
She only said A once. Anyway, we found a typo. Let's go. You possess a different sort of common sense. Yes, yes. It's like, that's why you used A twice there. Different common sense. A twice, yes. Yeah. Oh. Anyway. Finders keepers when it comes to these. I don't sweat the rare grammar errors, misspelling, you know, double words, whatever.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from
Oh, so the no-seas are actually bad news. I
To live in
see.
itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Whoa, that's dark.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Alrighty. That was a little cryptic. Setting up more story though. I'll take it.
Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains
Why, thank you.
third descender? So that's what the no-seas actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Descender, she mentioned one of them. I'm the fourth descender, ain't am I? Am I? What? For me, this information means two things. Let's see what they are. One, that the no-seas are related to descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
Whoa.
That means that the no-seas, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy, comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily. By the way, Paimon, from like the book, from like, you know, apparently it can bring back the dead for years. I was thinking maybe Protec is actually dead. Yeah. Paimon brought them back, but I don't know. Just a wild idea.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
But I don't think Paimon really has that level of agency here, so it's just a little weird how we get the sibling, you know, like maybe the siblings are metaphor, you know, or like your past life, just like in Fate Extra Last Encore or whatever. That was a fun anime. The last time I watched a Fate anime. Anyway.
I too believe it unwise to make too many
new anime. Like, I mean, I watched like the movie, like movie-esque, like one episode of things, but like that long-running anime after Fate Extra Last Encore was just like, I don't know what's going on here. Is this like Babylon now? Is this really how Babylon works? I don't think so. What are we doing here? Anyway, I jumped out of that one fast. Anyway, what's going on here? Who believe it? Alright, from blind guesses. Okay, the same is true for being at court. Yes.
Alright.
Be careful with your information.
Crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Information analysis.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all.
I mean, I could tell you a thing or two about how there are certain regions where it falls more often and certain regions where it doesn't, but hey, fair enough.
And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
I mean, there is acidic rain and less acidic rain. I mean, anyway, that was a good one. Let's not be too nitpicky here. Hey, we did it! Nice! Now, I think this is a good point to take stock of how I like the story overall. Didn't appreciate that we had to take care of some side stories when it comes to the pacing, but they were fine. They were fine in their own right, so it wasn't too bad. I did enjoy the intermissions, but could have gone without them in a way as well. For the overarching thing, there's some setups. Nothing was really explained, just more setups. So that's a bit of a question mark. Could have started to actually start telling the story of the game as such, but no. Just had a really strong, self-contained story in terms of the messages and so on, I guess you could say. I like the part about Rina's backstory in particular. It wasn't cool that Child wasn't getting featured more. It really did nothing at all, pretty much. He said hi at the blacksmith lady. And that was about it. I was hoping for a bit more, but hey, it's fine. We got to meet their master, which, I mean, again, more setup. A lot of setup. Aesthetics were beautiful as ever. Although that waterfall is noisy, so yeah, now we are over here. Sound design great, etc. I mean, I complained about the boss fight music with the narwhal. Yes, I thought we would get to fight Furina sometime. We're clearly missing one more boss fight, right? This region should have 2 boss fights, like every other region too. I mean, weekly boss fight here. Anyhow, yeah, would recommend. Was a solid experience. New characters don't power creep too much either. Just open up some new team comps. More appreciation for full team heals with the Farina. Draining your full team HP. Building characters is still pricey as ever, so you gotta figure out for yourself how much you wanna chase making new teams when you don't really have to, right? Maybe just set yourself a budget. Honestly, this game makes me think that I could be buying stash tabs for Path of Exile and have a lot more from it and spending money on this game mostly. But you know, you could buy the Battle Pass and it's kind of a deal, or you could buy the Blessing and it's kind of a deal compared to the gems, even at like double first purchaser bonus. But not a deal because you don't need to purchase anything at all and have a good time with the game. So don't con yourself into thinking you're getting a deal when you're just spending money on a game. So spend money on the game if you want to support the devs, or you really want to make some progress on building some character or something. I don't know, like, you know, there's good reasons to spend money on games. But I think the first instinct should be like, okay, so I have some money to spend on games I like to support the devs, and then I do that, and you know, everything else beyond that is also fair game, but maybe that's the starting point where you should be at with your choices. And I think that concludes the bulk of Fontaine, as far as I'm concerned. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, leave a like, hit the subscribe button, ring the bell. Hit the bell, turn on the bell notifications. Hope to see you around, and I hope you leave a comment as well. I told you about one thing throughout the whole video that you can leave a comment about, right? You recall? Because I don't recall what it was, but there was one thing I told people to leave a comment about. Anyway, you can also leave comments about other things. Not just the one thing I told you to leave a comment about somewhere in the video. I dare you to figure out what exactly it was if you also forgot or missed it. With that said, I hope you have a good one. This TV Cat always trying to leave people with good habits. Actionable good habits. Maybe meet again. Bye bye.